got into a sticky situation, but yes, we're here now and we're starting. Because we don't want to kill any more time than we have, because the starting time was supposed to be 9:30. So again, for those who don't know me, my name is Shuna Daringo. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Filmmakers Association, and I'm also a representative on the Industry Development Committee at the NFC. And alongside me here is our chairperson at the Filmmakers Association, Byron Joseph. And would also like to acknowledge all the other board members that are in the room, and also acknowledge everybody that was here with us yesterday and that is here today again. Thank you for the commitment, and thank you for your guidance yesterday and for your input yesterday. And we want to finish strong today. We want to focus on the actors today. There were more questions as well regarding the National Content Creation Plan that is basically adopted as the official national content creation or the film program basically for this year, which will be funded by government. So these are not outside the calls that have been made by the Namibia Film Commission. So there were a few inputs that people wanted to contribute towards the content plan, so we will do that after lunch. I hope that all of you basically got the program in terms of what we'll be discussing today. So what we do not have finalized yet, I think we can probably also get into that because we've got quite a lot of time set aside for the actors and possibly also the models, other rates. In terms of what are we saying in terms of our baselines or our minimum in terms of the payments or the rates that actors should be charging to local productions and also international productions. So currently what we have now are the working conditions, which will also serve as guidelines. So remember, these are just guidelines, and it's not something that is necessarily binding lawfully. So it's not like if your producer does not adhere to these conditions, you can sue them, for example. But perhaps that's something that we can start working towards. So once we've got the guidelines, then perhaps we can start talking about what does gazetting some of these conditions look like. But at least as an industry, we've agreed and we are happy about them. And so should we start the gazetting process, then at least we've got some kind of drafts or conditions in place already, basically. And if I have to recap on yesterday what we did is we looked at basically crew conditions, working conditions for the crew, and we also looked at, maybe let me just open up that document so that it's volume 3, just give me a minute, please. Okay, so we looked at crew rates. Let me just get hold of them and then come back to you. Okay. thing is not picking up the laptop anymore.
Shift A5. Shift A5. Where's yours? Where's it? That's it.
Yeah.
No input is interpreted.
It was just showing.
Let me try. Okay. Let's just this one.
Also nothing, no?
I think it's there. So it's not outside. It's probably not plugged in. Try this. What is it called? Let's try something.
Because then how do you...
Okay, plug that in.
No, I don't even need it. Shuna, there's one to plug in.
Plug it in.
Oh. I record you with cables, what? Inputs and outputs.
Inputs and outputs, media.
Did you use this yesterday?
Even just now, it was showing.
It was on.
It was on. Just before I started speaking.
It shows that it's off. But it's not showing that it's
Connected.
that the output is doing anything.
My output, Mac is automatic.
But it could be that your device is 4K.
Two different devices.
Let me try.
Okay, but now it's off, Maj. On top, it's off now. So, yeah, let me see if I can press the button.
But there,
Yes, sir.
there I can
can see her laptop.
On your thing, it's not going to the Christian.
It's not going to there, but I can see it there.
How now, Ramco?
The same way that I've connected it here. I took their HDMI cable. This is their HDMI cable. This is mine, and I can see it.
There's maybe just an input thing there at the top. Don't you want to check that? Or call Jan or Asser.
Nothing. It shows like something's plugged in. No, it's not on your side. Because I can see your laptop there.
Is it? It's not detecting the...
Yes, hola.
It's weird because it was just showing just now. And we didn't press anything. Standing by at this point. So if I remove it,
Can I put it in the other laptop? Put it in.
so you see it's even,
With this cable.
it's weird because it didn't touch anything. So they're showing HDMI 1.
HDMI 1. Let me put it in HDMI 2 again.
Is it also the
It's
HDMI 1 there?
It's not even showing anything at all. At first it was showing that it's sending signal there. Now it's not sending anything. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Apologies for that, technical difficulties. So this is basically what we're looking at. I'm just going to browse through the document. So we looked at working conditions for long and short productions. So long format being feature films, short films, documentaries, and television productions. And then short format would be the commercials, streaming content, music videos, corporate productions, and other commercial audiovisual products, or projects rather. So we looked at sort of what are the definitions for the various words or keywords that we are using within this document in terms of what is a producer, what's a production company. So those are just the definitions. And then we looked at what does wrap time mean, what are working hours, and also how long are these productions? We looked at overtime. We looked at what is a standard day, what is a premium day, is it a Sunday public holiday, for example. We discussed what is a split shift and what is a travel day, and gear check, pre-light, you know, are we charging for those times, and is it part of a cruise sort of like charging day? And we looked at recce's as well, and what do we mean by night shoot, weather day, or extended day? And obviously we made some comments along the way as well. So as we're going through the documents, we were making some changes and also adding some comments as well as to where can we change it, or does this apply to the law? Is it realistic? Who is it applicable to? So on the side there, you'll see some comments from the various inputs. So we also looked at payments, and we looked at postponement and meals. We talked about meals, and we also mentioned that, you know, insurance as well is very important for not just the crew, but for the production itself, and also who should be getting that insurance. Is it personal insurance, or what kind of insurance should the production cover? And then at the end, we just had special notes that we also added on some comments to. The one item that we didn't look at that we wanted to elaborate on at the IDC, which is the Industry Development Committee, are disputes. What are the guidelines when it comes to disputes on set in regards to crew? So like I said, today we will be focusing on the artists / models, on long formats and short formats. So again, this is basically an engaging session, right? So what was happening yesterday is that as we're going through each and every point, you know, you guys would then come in. If something is not clear, you'd ask a question, or if you want us to redefine it, then, you know, we asked the room and we agreed to redefine some of those points. So Ronald has already sort of like made some adjustments as well, where he doesn't kind of like agree, because we tried to also adopt the structure of the document from the crew documents. So you see that there's a lot of stuff that I cancel out because they don't apply to the cost. So yes, so today we'll start with just the general definitions. When we speak of cost, what does that refer to? So that refers to all creative or personnel contracted by a producer or production company, or a production entity to perform services on a film or audiovisual production. Oh, before I also continue, we do have some teas there. I know that the guys went to just add on to some of the cups so that you guys can always help yourselves to tea and water or coffee. And the bathrooms are just opposite here as you exit this door. And so yes. So yeah, let's continue, or let's start. But before I even start, are there any comments from the room? Not yet. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so a crew, not a crew, Cost refers to all creative personnel contracted by a producer, production company, or production entity to perform services on a film or AV production. So this includes, but is not limited to, performing artists, actors, singers, dancers, practitioners engaged for a specific production period. So one of the deliberations we had yesterday was when we speak of actors' conditions, are we speaking about theatre actors or screen actors? So we were leaning more towards the screen actors because, yeah, I think it's tricky because we are talking about a production that is on set, like, you know, off stage basically. And so it's a bit tricky to now say, okay, this also applies to stage actors. But I think we can obviously see how we can try and protect both of them and see if we can include them for every clause that is in here. But just something to keep in the back of your mind. So I think mainly this document focuses on screen actors. All right. So producer or production company, that refers to an individual, company, organization, registered facilitator or appointed representative responsible for organizing, financing, managing, and delivering a film or AV production. The producer may appoint a representative, production manager, line producer, or other authorized personnel to act on their behalf in matters relating to a production, to production's operations and cost engagement. All right, so in terms of engagement, all cast members should receive clear written agreements outlining their role, responsibilities, remuneration, working hours, overtime provisions, where it's applicable, production dates, location requirements, and any other relevant working conditions before you start your services on set. And both producer and cast members share a responsibility for maintaining professional standards, respectful working environments, and safe working practices throughout the production. So this is a very important part because it also speaks to the point that I was outlining earlier on to say that these are guidelines, right? So apart from the guidelines, you as an actor will then enter an agreement or contract with your producer or whoever is employing you for a certain production. So in that contract, you should also make sure that you are protected and that you agree with those terms and with those conditions, because these documents are just guidelines that we would like for the industry to follow. But if one does not follow these guidelines, we cannot legally hold them to account. So what is in the contract, and a lot of times also what we do as talents is that we don't really fully read the document. Sometimes we get so excited to even just be getting the work or getting the job, you know, that we don't even look at the nitty-gritties within the contract. And a lot of the times also we don't ask for help. So a lot of us are also not very well versed with contracts. So it's always good to know people within the industry who can perhaps help you go through the contract or go through the agreement so that they can also make sure that you are protected as a cast member. You know, you've got some experienced actors who know what to look out for and who know what is important for me as an actor, and they can quickly pick up on those issues within a contract. But if you're new to the industry and you just got your first contract or just your first agreement, always see if you can run it past somebody, even if it's one or two people, and make sure that that contract really protects you and that you don't later come back and say, but I was not happy with this after it was signed. And what we also mentioned yesterday in terms of the actors is that a lot of the times the actor will receive a contract, they will sign it and send it back to the producer. But they don't ask for a signed copy from the producer or whoever is heading the project. So you should always request for that agreement or contract from the producer that is also signed by the producer and yourself, so that in case there is a mediation required or there is an issue that arises, then it means that the producer has also agreed to this, that both parties have agreed to it. Because sometimes, you get instances where the producer is like, yeah, but I never signed this in any case, so you can't hold me to account. So those are one of the observations. And then the definitions in regards to the rates of payment. There's a call time. What does a call time mean? Call time means the call time stipulated by the producer in which the cast member is required and obliged to be on set or any specific place. It is very important because time is money on set. We all know this. And the DOP also has got a reason why he's also agreed to that call time. He doesn't want to lose light, or he has a certain schedule planned out for the day. And then we are also talking about the set location. So if the set location is within 40 kilometers of the production office or hotel or an away shoot, then call time will be the time the cast member is required to be on set regardless of own provided transport. So if you say that I have a car and the set location is 40 kilometers outside of Windhoek, you have to be there at 7. So you can't say the call time is at 7, you only start leaving Windhoek at 7. So you have to be there at 7. So meaning that you need to then drive out 30 minutes before or an hour before so that you can be on time for your call time. So that's basically what we mean there. Call and wrap time for designated drivers will be taken from the time of vehicle collection point to vehicle return point. So this refers to the driver. So I think I'm going to make a comment in here to say that this is probably not applicable to cost. Okay, so wrap means the end of a shooting session. Technical wrap will return to base if the location is further than 40 kilometers from base, as called by the producer. And wrap is also, and payment for any additional work thereafter needs to be negotiated before timesheets are signed. So some production companies will tell you that, no, you will receive your payment the day after wrap or 2 weeks after wrap. So you also need to be cognizant of that. So if you have signed in your agreement that you are okay with receiving your payment after 2 weeks, then you cannot come the next day and ask the producer to please give you $1,000 advance. So unless if it's a different agreement, but generally you've got issues where people say that, okay, I didn't really realize that I'm going to need this money sooner. So you need to plan ahead as well and also see, okay, what is the most realistic time for me to be receiving my payment and how soon do I need it? And can I negotiate with my producer to pay me earlier? All right, and then working conditions, working hours. Working hours are basically per standard day. So we've got premium days. Premium days, yesterday we said that premium days are basically your Sundays or your public holiday. We also had Florian comment and say that it's tricky in terms of the Sunday shooting day because a lot of times us talents, local talents here have got 8 to 5s and we've got work from Monday to Friday. So the weekends are generally always best days for us. But now when we say a premium day, we said that I think a premium day, you then charge an extra amount. So you charge 1.5% more on top of your normal daily fee. So that was sort of like an argument because it's to say that, okay, ideally, I as the DOP and as the producer and the director, I am available on Thursday or Monday to Friday or Monday to Sunday. But there are certain cast members that have jobs and they can only be on set from, Friday afternoon maybe to Sunday. So how do we sort of like, how do we then say that Sunday is officially a premium day? So we then agreed that if it's a normal production and if you've taken away some time, let's say now the week from Monday to Sunday, and you've taken off days, you've taken leave days from work, then that is basically a normal production. And perhaps the producer and the talent should also look at the schedule of the talent or the cast members and to see, okay, are you available during these days? And can we agree that since you've got a job and since you aren't able to commit to the weekly days, let's then rather use the normal rate for a Sunday and not use it as a premium day where you would get to charge a premium rate, which is now the 1.5 on top of your normal daily rate. And then in terms of the short format, the working hours, let me just finish that. Working hours per standard day, premium day, split shift day or night shoot, and to which no overtime applies, shall be 10 hours. So you will then be working 10 hours, and within those 10 hours, you cannot charge overtime. And this should include meals for short format productions and 12-hour productions for long formats. So if it's a normal long format or long production, then you can only charge overtime after 12 hours. And if it's on a short format, you can then charge overtime after 10 hours of a working day. So obviously in between that, there should obviously be certain breaks and meals that should be provided. And 2.3.2, it speaks again to the short format. Producers will do their best to achieve a minimum of a 10-hour turnaround period between wrap and call time of the same shoot. It being acknowledged that a turnaround of less than 10 hours, so turnaround is basically just to complete the shoot day, of less than 10 hours is the exception and not the norm. So if turnaround time is less than 10 hours, the production company will be penalized for the corrupted hours. All right, and then long format producers will do their best to achieve the list, basically the 6-day week breakdown that we discussed yesterday. So we said that at least if it's let's say you've got a production that is a month long, on each day, in each week you should be working 6 days only and not 7 days a week. So you should at least have 1 day off. And then also very important, the cast shall not be booked on a day shoot which falls on the day immediately following a night shoot. So let's say, for example, you had a night shoot today and you shot up until 4 a.m. in the morning, and then you're expected to be back on set at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. So the producers need to manage the shooting schedules in terms of that, so that, you know, the actors at least get time to rest. Or if you do have night shoots and you do know that people are going to be off on the Sunday, so rather schedule your night shoots between the Friday or the Saturday, so that the one day can then be sort of like a rest day, or the talent can then start later on during the day. When it comes to overtime, so are we okay up until now? Are there any comments or questions before I continue? Or is everything clear? We can proceed? Okay. All right. There was a comment here from Nadia. Can we add that all overtime must be recorded by HOD or production and signed off? Yeah, I think this is a valid point. Maybe we can just agree to add. All right, overtime. Overtime at time and a half of double time is payable on a standard day. So the cast members are excluded from overtime in terms of runners, trainees, junior assistants in all departments, all production staff, and all chaperones. These cast members will earn overtime after 14 hours at pro rata day. So meaning that everybody apart from the cast basically will only earn overtime after 14 hours or a pro rata day rate, or at a pro rata day rate. So let's say, for example, if your daily rate is I don't know, $500 a day. So then that $500 a day is for 24 hours, right? So then you minus or you times the additional hours by that pro rata of the 500, so that you can calculate your overtime. So that you can say, okay, I've worked 4 hours overtime, so 4 hours of my $500 daily rate, how much does that come to? So that is sort of like what we mean by the pro rata wording there. On the short format, cast members will be paid overtime as follows. The first 4 hours times 1.5, and thereafter times 2. So this would refer to the clause that's just above it, in terms of how do we charge for that overtime. So the first 4 hours for the cost, that means that if you've worked overtime for 4 hours, you charge 1.5 of the pro rata fee, or as a pro rata fee. And thereafter, anything after the 4 hours, you can then charge basically double the pro rata fee. And the same basically applies to the long formats as well. And then overtime will be charged for in quarter-hour increments, i.e. rep called after the quarter hour will be rounded up, and rep called up after the quarter hour will be rounded down. Here I am not so sure what Ronald has means with this, because it's not very clear to me. I don't know if it's clear to you guys, or if there's anybody in the room who would like to explain that point, if it is clear to you. Byron, does it make sense to you? 2.4.4, overtime will be charged in quarter-hour increments, i.e. rep called after the quarter hour will be rounded up, and rep called up to the quarter hour will be rounded down.
So meaning, it's basically just like if there's a fraction of an hour. And I think they're using the quarter hour mark as the cutoff, whether you round it off to the highest next or to the lowest next. So for instance, just by example, so rather than saying that you worked 6 hours, but you only worked like 15 minutes over that, let's say the rep called after the quarter hour will be rounded up. So after quarter past, you add an additional hour, so then it's plus 1 hour, or it's 7 hours rather than 6 hours. Yeah, as I understand it. And to then round it down is before that quarter hour. You would then say it's only 6 hours rather than 7 hours. There's a mic there. Mic, please.
Just for clarity. So we are saying that, let's say the wrapping, okay, they were working overtime that day, and the time for wrapping was, let's say 10 p.m. So then what we are saying is 15 minutes past 10, it's rounded up. That hour is
15 minutes past 10 is rounded down. If you go over quarter past 10, it's rounded up.
Okay.
Meaning then it's not 6 hours or 10 o'clock, you work then until 11 o'clock. Uh, 11. Yeah.
Then that leads me to the question. If it's 50 minutes to 10, are we going to now count the 45 minutes as an hour, or is it going to be an hour less?
Are you then saying, okay, rep was at 10 o'clock?
Yes.
No, then overtime is not applicable yet. It's only after 10 that it becomes applicable.
Rep called after the quarter hour. So that means after 15 minutes past 10.
Yeah.
So it won't be counted, or it will be counted.
15,
Hour.
up to 15 minutes, it won't be counted. After 15 minutes, it's counted as an extra
Oh, okay.
hour. That's how I understand that.
Okay. All right. So are we happy with that? So I don't actually need a comment for that, and I think that's clarified. Okay. And then should the last day of shoot wrap after midnight, a penalty of triple time will be incurred for every additional hour or part thereof, regardless of whether or not an extended day has been called. All right, that's fair. And then standard day. On short format, standard day shall mean a day of 10 hours, consecutive hours, and applicable overtime hours. Long format is in 12 consecutive hours with applicable overtime hours. And then call time for standard day cannot be earlier than 2:30 in the morning. So cost should be notified well in advance with a minimum of 3 days advance warning if call time is any time before 4 a.m. on the first day of shooting. And then premium days, like we said, premium day shall mean a Sunday, public holiday, or first night of a night shoot unless otherwise agreed on in writing. Premium days will be paid at 1.5 for the standard daily rate. This applies to costs. And a night shoot on a premium day will only be paid at a time and a half. And overtime rates shall be calculated at premium day rates in respect of premium days. As in example, the short format is 1.5 times, 1.5 time and a half for the first 4 hours, and 2 times and a half for the hours thereafter. And in the long format, that basically also applies. A premium rate will be paid for all shooting days after 6 consecutive shoot days, whether it's a Sunday or not. But there should be 1 day at least provided for rest. Sundays and public holidays will be paid at normal premium rates. Public holiday shall mean the following. I think we all know what a public holiday is. And that takes us to the next point, split shift. So a split shift shall mean, is there a question? Yeah, please go ahead.
If you could just scroll back up.
Mm-hmm.
Starting at clause 2.6.3.
Yes.
6.2.
6 points.
Okay, my
2
question starts with working on a premium day in general.
Uh-huh.
Working on a premium day, that means 1.5. It's a multiplication of the fee,
Yeah.
the rate times 1.5, right?
Yeah.
Now, and then if they are working at night, then it's still 1.5, no addition of the premium day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, my question is, if this person, if the actor has been working from daytime up until nighttime,
Mm-hmm.
does the 1.5 apply across the board, or do we have to calculate the first 1.5 during the day and then an additional 1.5 again on top of the existing 1.5 during nighttime?
No, but if you've been working the whole day, what are those hours? Because remember, on a long format, we're saying you're only allowed to work 12 hours. And on a short format, you're only allowed to work 10 hours.
Yes.
So you shouldn't even be in a position to charge overtime if you've been working your 10 hours in one day.
Okay, now let's say now, okay. But in an event now, you do end up working more than the 10 hours and the overtime also comes into play.
Yes.
Do we add that additional 1.5 on top of the existing one? Or
Are you
is it
saying that
still-
you've already worked overtime?
You work overtime on that premium day?
On the premium day.
So let's say you're not working
Uh-huh.
10 hours, but you end up working 13 hours.
Okay, all right. So your question is basically on a premium day, you've already charged the 1.5 additionally to your
Yes.
daily rate.
Yes.
And then on the premium day, you still end up working overtime on a premium day as well,
At nighttime.
at nighttime. Okay, so are you asking if the nighttime overtime fee is also a normal overtime fee like the standard day, even though it's a premium day? Or is there different overtime fee to be charged on a premium day?
The question is there going to be a nighttime fee plus, no, we have the premium rate, right? For the, we have the 1.5 for the premium day. So they're now seeing that that was a normal day, calculated as a normal day for the first 10 hours, and then it goes into nighttime. So then now we have an additional 1.5 that needs to be added. However, again, now there's the overtime fee again.
But are you working a premium day or a standard day?
Premium day.
Premium day.
Yes, because even on a premium day, they have to work 10 hours, right?
Yes.
Yes. But then now it's 13 hours. However, those 3 hours were recorded during nighttime. So then now there's an overtime and a nighttime again. Are those also going to be included on top of the normal fee
Yes. Because you're going past the 10 hours or past the 10 hours,
at nighttime?
12 hours at night.
So it's going to be an additional 3. It's a multiplication by 3, right? Just 3.
I speak under correction, but the way I understand it, so on the premium day, say your rate, for instance, is on a normal day is, let's say, 100. Yeah. If I don't have it wrong, on a premium day, it'll be 150. Yeah. Then I think there's a situation where that. Okay, so we got the first 1.5, it's sorted out now. So for the 10 hours, you are charging 150 instead of 100. Yeah, it's not overtime yet. Now you go into overtime. Yeah, so instead of charging 150 for those extra hours, you actually now need to add, it needs to be 1.5 of that rate, of the 150. So I don't know, my math might be slightly out, but if I'm not wrong, is you then would have to add a $75 on top of your 150 for that hour. That's what you're getting. Yeah, that's the 0.5, the extra 0.5. So it's 1 times 150, and then plus the half, which is the 75. So now it's 250 for the extra hour. No, 225 for that extra hour. That's what you're charging now. I believe for the nighttime part. Then the nighttime goes into overtime. Then you take the 250, so it's 250. That would have been the normal rate if you didn't go into overtime, and then you add another half of that on top of that. You understand now? So what's half of 225? 1625, I think. Yeah, 0.5, no? 162.5. 112.5. So you need to add that then on top of the existing 250 rate for the time that you went overtime. It's cumulative. It derives from your basic rate, which in this case we said it's $100. In it is 100. 150 is 1.5 of your rate on a premium day. It's not 1 times your rate, it's 1.5 your rate. Okay. As I'm saying, I'm just explaining it as I understand the math.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Say that again, please.
Sorry. Okay. No, Mr. Vixen, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know. I just wanted to say that, I mean, and I could be speaking under correction. I haven't appeared as an actor in quite a minute. But from the producer's side, one is normally careful on the type of contract that you offer actors. And I mean, they are lead actors, they are supporting, they are like, you know, like extras or somebody that just come in, or featured and all these things. So it really depends on the contract that you get. You have, like, say, if it's a TV series, you maybe just be appearing in 3 days or of a week or 2 days and so on. And normally that will be like a call. There's a call, there's like you get paid per call. Like say, okay, today we will need you maybe 3 calls, 8 o'clock to maybe around 10 or so when you finish. And then there's another scene at whatever time, and maybe another one at night. So then you just look at the calls that you are actually appearing. But if you are a lead, normally you are offered a deal. Like, okay, we're paying you 200,000 for this as a lead. And that normally you don't, you are not entitled to overtime and all these things. You are there as needed, and mostly because you are featured. You are one of the lead characters. I think typically above the line, you don't really expect to get paid. And that is now the directors, you know, line producers or whatever, you know, there is below the line and there's above the line, where you find most of the technicians are below the line, and then lead actors, they are typically above the line, where you are not really expected to charge overtime, because then it will be like into millions and so on. So that's typically the contract. So let's just be mindful of what kind of contract that you could be looking at. And you can negotiate then based on that one. So you got to learn to read your contracts and your rights and entitlements.
Okay, so does that also mean that if you do agree to that fixed rate, let's say you're agreeing to your 200,000 as a lead or whatever, generally those contracts should also have a minimum and a maximum working hours, isn't it?
Absolutely, like everybody else. I mean, the way you break the rules, that is it. I mean, you are entitled to like meal times, and it has to go, if it's 12 hours, then that's 12 hours. And if depending on the power or that you command, you can say, look, it's up to here, my friend, I'm not doing this. You know, I can give you maybe an hour of my time, but if it becomes like too much every week or every day, you want to hold me beyond that, then we have to look at it. And typically those ones are also factored into the kind of contract. It's lengthy contract that you're looking at. It all depends on how.
Got you. Okay. All right. Are we clear on this point, or should we still deliberate more? You good? Okay. All right. Split shift shall mean a day or night called as such by the producer in which a minimum time out of 4 hours is called. So like we were saying yesterday, perhaps, you know, it is now 12 midday, the sun is smack bang in the center and DOP cannot shoot. He can then decide to say, okay guys, let's have this as a split shift. Let's return after 4 hours again and continue with our shift. So if you were meant to work 10 hours that day, that means that those 4 hours will then, you can't say that you've been on set for 4 hours and you're now going to claim overtime. So that is sort of like a break in your shift, and your shift will then continue after those 4 hours of a shift. So time out is a total rest time called by the producer to create a split shift day and shall not be less than 4 hours. This 4-hour period is from wrap to call time, back on set if sets is within 40 kilometers radius from base, or from wrap time to call time back at base if the set is further than 40 kilometers away. Mr. B, can you please quickly speak to Angelo? All right, the producer must inform the cast of the split shift on confirmation of the booking. The producer has the option to call a split shift day. The minimum payment will be for a standard day. If standard day working hours are exceeded, the normal overtime structure applies. If a split shift day is called on a premium day, then premium rates should be applied. The call time on a split shift day may not be later than 8 o'clock for the first shift or later than 4 o'clock for the second shift. All right. We good? All right, travel day. Travel day shall mean a day called as such by the producer and in which the travel time is not greater than standard day hours, i.e. 10 hours and then the 12 hours, or unless otherwise agreed in a different contract or agreement that you may come across with the producer. On short format travel day, half of the standard day rate shall apply to all, mostly crew. So this is now, I want to see if this paragraph speaks to cost or if it speaks to crew. Yeah, I think this travel day also speaks to more the crew than the costs. If they have their own vehicle, huh? Yeah. Right, we'll set out for you. Where's the mic just for the online audience? Does anyone have the mic? Oh, okay. Oh, here, okay. If there's one person who can please avail themselves to just help us with a roaming mic.
Hi, okay. I think we should not just say the travel day then only, because as it reads, it only seems like it's for the crew. However, as a cast member, you would also then be required to get to your home, to wherever the shoot is going to be. So if the shoot is in Wolfish Bay, then the cast will also require to be then going to Wolfish Bay if you are casted from Windhoek, for example. What then applies for actors would be a fee called the per diem. In terms of payment, and I guess that rate can be looked at what is available there in terms of your time. So if I'm required to be on that bus with the cast, with the crew as well, then there should be a rate set aside for the actor as well.
Yeah, I was just saying that the mother of all is your contract that you get. So please just really be familiarizing yourself with the contract and what type of contracts exist out there. So per diem typically forms part of the contract. When you get per diem, how much it is. So we cannot really, again, under correction, put it in there because it depends on, as the years go, maybe the per diem increases or who you are, what your needs are. And yes, if you are in Windhoek and you have to shoot in Walvis Bay, that time that you travel there, you also get paid or a travel day. And then you have your per diem, which is factored in the contract on when you shoot each and every day or when you are on set or when you are required. You are away from home. Those are perks that you get as as an actor, and especially if you are really prominent in the story. So those are in there.
Okay, I think that eviction, I think it's important because if I have to speak on behalf of Desert, we had a shoot in Usakos. And because we did not know these conditions, we only paid for transport. Because the actors were just there for one day, and we did not really treat them as like the leads and stuff. So this document will help us also as producers. How do you factor in that per diem? In case if it's an actor who's just there for one scene, and then he has to travel to Usakos to shoot that one day and return back. So in that case, do you have a contract that you set up? Because we normally just look at per call in that case. And then what we do now, currently, is we provide transport. So how do you do that?
Yeah, again, I emphasize on the type of contracts, which I think is very important. And yesterday it was alluded to that maybe we should have a session on contracts. Because people really do get exploited because anybody can go to ChatGPT or whatever and then come up with a contract and then delete what they think, okay, maybe it's not applicable and all these things. So it's necessary to have like a session on contracts. There are books on contracts, like there's contracts for actors, there's some, softwares that have contracts that need to be respected into that regard. So it will be a question of which contract did you offer, and did the actors not pick up and say, okay, listen, I'm going out there, I'm away from my home, can you put this one in? And also that is very important for for actors to know exactly what they get themselves into. But again, I'm saying that I'm not all master of everything. I don't know it all, but I'm speaking under correction from what I know.
Okay, but I still feel but I still feel this is very important while the actors are in the room, also just to state what they feel, because I also feel that there needs to be a per diem for actors, even though you just travel for one day. That, yeah.
So, yeah, okay. So yes, I recognize what Mr. Vixen is saying, but I think, is this not the point then of creating this standardization document so that when producers are drafting their contracts, they can refer to this document, take guidance from it, and ensure that the contract is aligned with the industry standard, and also that we are creating, and that also cast can educate themselves on what is the standard. And when they compare their contract with what is industry standard, and they notice there is a discrepancy, then they can go back and say, but no, this is not aligned with, what is standardized in our industry. So I think it's not that contract is king, but the standardization is king, and contract should refer upwards to the standardization documents for guidance. Just on that. Sorry to take us back. No, let me finish here, then I'll take us back quickly. I'm not really understanding just the difference really with the per diem versus the travel day fee, because if the cast and crew is traveling and everyone's time is being requested of them, should there be a different way of remunerating cast as, for a travel day? Maybe you can provide some further clarity. And then perhaps after that clarity, I just want to go back to 2.8.6, because I just want, Shuna, for you to clarify. You made an example that if the producer decides, or if it's midday and the sun is not appropriate for the shot, the producer can decide that it's a split shift. So if it is something that is decided impromptu on the shoot day, how does the call, how can we already know the call time for it? Yeah.
Just to respond about the per diem versus travel day. So the idea with per diem is, so those are your expenses, right? Those are like you've left your home, you now no longer have access to the things that you would normally have access to. So this is why essentially if you're away from your home area, you get this. So it's like pocket money for the day or whatever, to deal with whatever expenses you might have, right? Number two is, and again, what we're discussing, remember, as I think it's interesting that we're doing this exercise because we're also informing and educating each other about, hey, actually you can ask for this and you can negotiate this. So this is giving us, we're empowering producers. Yesterday we empowered crew members. Today we're empowering actors. We're saying when you're negotiating with a producer, you could come back and say, okay, producer, I'll take less on my fee, but then make sure that all my expenses are paid for. You know what I mean? It helps you. This exercise is really there to help us know how to talk to each other. And it's not to say you're going to be entitled now and say, I must get every single point on this thing covered on my contract. Obviously, we have to also be realistic about the conditions that we work in. But this is a way in which we now know, oh, okay, I can now ask for this and that. Split shifts, by the way, usually are determined beforehand. It's not necessarily something you would decide on set. I mean, I don't think that's wise to do that. But it would normally be decided on set, like, okay, you know, I think, is it a minimum time out of 4 hours? Yes, so 4 hours meaning you can go home, you can rest, you can nap, you can eat, you can do whatever, and then come back. So that splits the shift into 2 days, and that would normally already be on your call sheet, like beforehand. From my experience, I don't know about it being decided like on the fly. But yeah, just to like reiterate like why we're doing this, it's just we're empowering one another. We're giving you information like, oh, you can ask for this. You can, you know, negotiate.
Oh, okay. No, I think the distinction in terms of the travel day and what I said per diem is that with regard to the actor having to travel, whatever the fee is that we have agreed on contractually, essentially the actor is contractually agreeing that my time is where yeah, my time is what I'm tying to this production. This production requires me to then travel, which is something that is happening more often in terms of productions these days. So what maybe the crew will call the travel day rate would be what the actor would be calling the per diem. Because essentially, the production needs to make sure that during your travel, you are eating, you are drinking, and of course, they might then provide the transport, right? Even if they do provide the transport, there still has to be a provision for your meals, at the very least. That is what the per diem rate would then include. If the actor is choosing to make use of their own transport while the production is offering transport, then you getting to that destination, that transport cost would then fall on the actor because that's what you're choosing to use, other than the production having given you a transport mode to get you there. Obviously, for production costs, it would go up if I'm including Hazel's travel cost, fuel cost to get to the production site. So therefore, the per diem is the set-aside rate for the actor to be able to nourish themselves when they go. Sometimes in the contract, the producers then decide, no, we will be providing for the meals. And then you have your specification of your dietary needs and whatnot. Now your per diem rate, that is still generally in South Africa, even when the production is giving you meals, you still have, because you are traveling, you are committing yourself, your time to get to the production as a professional, you are still then entitled to your per diem. The rest is just the production making sure that my actor is well taken care of. So we should, for today, please distinguish between what the actor's needs would be in terms of this document and what the producers generally want to provide to us. So I think that should just be the respect.
Yeah, well, I don't want to go back and forth with whatever, but the way I understand travel day is that, okay, look, you have employed me to deliver these services. Now, on this day, I may not be on set, but I'm still under your employment, and you got to pay me for this day as well. So, but then you don't pay me the full fee, you pay me only half because I really did not work. But if you are traveling on that day and then you come there, like yesterday when we were talking about crew, you are just supposed to travel to Swako, but then when you get there, then the producer says that, oh, by the way, there's a beautiful sunset that we cannot miss today, let's shoot today. So then that becomes a work day. So there is travel days and then work days, which is linked to your fee. And the per diem, that's not part cost. Or, you know, your days that you need a good drink. If you smoke 3 packets a day, and that is an entitlement. So that the per diem is what you typically, you know, to make you happy, to buy your cigarettes and good drink or brandy, whatever, after work. And then the travel day, that is actually a service that you are rendering, that you took me from where I am. I was not supposed to be anywhere, so you got to pay me for this day as well. I'm under your employment.
Okay, let's pause on that. But also, Mr. Vixen, I think it's a bit extreme with the cigarettes and the brandy. So there's a comment here, there's one comment here from Nadia. Nadia is saying that all crew and cast are allowed to charge travel days. What counts for the crew must count for the cast. If you are on an away shoot outside of town or whatever, outside of your home, you must either receive per diem or all cost. So meaning accommodation, meals, and refreshments must be provided during your travel day. So it's not to say that you're only going to pay for my petrol and that's it. Yeah, because it's generally time away that I'm taking from my schedule because I could have done another production where I don't have to travel, I don't have to drive, but I'm being paid for being on that production. And I'm still getting my meals, I'm still getting all the other benefits, whatever, maybe not a packet of cigarettes, but yeah. Let me just quickly read the other comments. Or Byron, if you can read those additional comments from the online. This now was received on WhatsApp from Nadia.
No, there isn't much. It's basically.
It's only the comment.
Yes, there was no conversation there. Okay, so Nadia's last comment, which you just responded on now, was travel day will count for cast as well. If they are driven around, only half their rate will be paid. And then earlier, Armas mentioned that if there are no obligation from the producers to the actors regarding rates and working conditions, then why have this discussion? We must formalize and make it a legal document to which, as the chairperson of the NSC board, Then they replied, we're doing this firstly to educate actors on what they can request for when negotiating with producers. Secondly, we're creating a document that has been agreed upon by industry as to what to expect, basically standardized rates. Esther then continues, we intend to get this put into law for sure. Right now, we are creating the recommendations. Step by step, I guess.
Awesome. Okay. So what are we saying? What are we concluding here? Do we just keep that point to say that let's maybe change it to a per diem rate? Or are we saying that this same fee that applies to crew also applies to cost? When we say that half of the standard day rate shall apply to all crew and cost, and a standard day rate is paid even if travel occurs on a premium day, if more than 10 hours, so meaning that you can't charge now a premium per diem or a premium additional day just because you travel. You just charge a standard rate, but you would charge on a normal day, right? If more than 10 hours are traveled, payment for those hours traveled over 10 hours will be on a pro rata basis, calculated at a standard day rate. So if we're saying we're going to shoot in Katima, which is a 12-hour drive, that means that payment for those hours traveled over 10 hours will be on a pro rata basis, calculated at a standard day rate, regardless of what the day travel occurs. So for example, if travel hours are 12 hours, half day of 5 hours plus 2 hours pro rata rate will be charged. That clear? Okay. So for a long format travel day, half of the standard day rate shall apply to all crew. And we're going to insert here and cost. A standard day rate is paid even if travel occurs on a premium day. So this is basically, we're repeating the same thing because the other one is for 12 hours, the other one is for 14 hours. Yeah, no, this clause is not applicable here. Okay. So 294 says, for travel day, designated drivers shall be paid a standard day rate, even if travel occurs on a premium day. If standard day working hours are exceeded, the normal overtime structures apply. So now this is now for designated driver. So what are we saying when it comes to if the talent is a designated driver? A mic, please. Somebody? Who was helping us with a mic?
I think generally, to my understanding, producers make provision for drivers or somebody that is designated for that task. Because if you really think about it, there are other instances. For example, if there should be an accident that occurs and your cast member was the driver, your liabilities become a different set of can of worms that you don't want. So it is best practice that the production house has a designated driver and not necessarily any of the actors becoming the designated driver. If myself and a fellow actor decide we want to drive together, because we are working on the same set and I have a car and we can drive together, that should be outside of what the production can offer. It just makes best for your liability in terms of production. So as a producer, you might want to keep it that the designated driver is somebody that is having a PDP, has the proper licenses to be able to transport more than one person's in terms of work. So rather keep it that way, and that actors be then aware that if they should make use of their own transport, the liability of an accident and all of that cannot then fall on the production, even though if you are contracted. So I think, yeah.
So the production should at least first have an option to say that there's a vehicle and a driver available for you.
Yes.
But if I now, Hazel, say that I have a car and I'm driving with Shuna, then the liability falls on you because they had already made provision for the
Yes,
travel
they've
with you.
made provision for you to have safe travel. So that means that anybody that is having to transport people needs to have a PDP.
Yes.
So if the actor does not have that PDP on them, then it becomes a different liability for the production house. So it should rather be for safety anyway, be that if there is transport provided for cast and crew, that they then rather use the transport provided. And of course, obviously, they are free to then decide, I am driving on my own, for my own comforts. I don't do well with traveling with other people. I have a fruit allergy. Whatever the reason, the person wants to travel alone and they drive themselves. So that then becomes a different contractual discussion that you would have with your producer. Yeah. I think if I make sense? Okay.
I think just in addition to what Ms. Hazel said, let's say now when the actor was negotiating with the driver, right, that they would be now the designated driver for the bus or the transportation system. Are we then saying that during now that period of time that they are traveling from point A to point B, they are treated, they fall under the crew annexure, the one that was drafted yesterday? Or are we saying that liability now falls on the actor outside the production company? Or I understand the point that you've made, that the actor should not be the designated driver at all. Yes. Yes.
That would mean that even as an actor, if you are then becoming the designated driver, you would need to have your proper licensing, which is the PDP, which means that you are able to transport people, you are allowed to transport people. So as an actor, it would be wise not to take on that type of responsibility. As unless you're driving your own car, you're getting there on your own, and the persons that choose to drive with you are doing so on their own free will. But it would not be advisable for an actor to take on that responsibility to become the designated driver. If they do become the designated driver, you would, one, have to have the proper licensing to do that. And number two, then your rate becomes different because then you are playing the part of a crew and not just being a cast member. So you are taking on additional responsibility that has a different rate and line of payment. Yes.
Okay. Am I saying this right? So how can I reword this? Does this make sense? Should any cast member choose to offer their own vehicle or choose an alternative travel method to set a location, cast member will be liable to personal insurance, and producer production company will not be liable for any incidences occurred during travel. However, transportation should always be availed to talent or cost. But how do we, I think there's a different...
Sometimes the production house might have a shortage of transport. Then they would say, Hazel, you've got a car. Can we then make a rental agreement for your vehicle? Mm-hmm. That becomes then a little bit different, right? So then you are renting the vehicle. but still does not necessarily make me the designated driver. Unless we are agreeing that I myself I'm not comfortable with anyone else driving my car. It is not insured for a third party to be driving the car. Therefore, then, unless a rental arrangement is in place, and then an indemnity form would then also need to be in place, should you be transporting fellow actors. So it's just to make sure that if all parties involved are well taken care of in terms of the legal framework, and also what the roads authority or NATO's or the police requirement would be in terms of making use of, ferrying people or being a driver, a designated driver.
Thank you. If I can just come in there. It should just be a standard to just say, we as production houses, we should be responsible for transporting cast. Yeah, so that this whole, because this is tricky, right? Even if I have to go into an agreement with Hazel to rent her car, I should provide the driver for it, so that it's on the car, not on the talent. So I think bottom line, we just stick to, as producers, provide transport. I think that should be the case, yeah. Yeah, but if the actor wants to get there on their own, that's on them, yeah.
Okay, so what I was saying is, yes, it is best practice for the production house to provide the transport, although the per diem fee would still then be applicable to the actor, even if they are making use of their own transport to get to the place of work. The per diem still is then in place. However, if the actor chooses to make use of their own transport to get there, then that cannot fall on the onus of the production house to give me petrol money. But they would then need to just give the per diem, which is agreed upon. Yeah.
Just a quick one on that. I think maybe, yeah, then the per diem would then be equivalent of the petrol money. But I think if actors do use their own transport, and it's on their own volition and their own will, I think they should be given then petrol money from the production house. Do you not think so? Transport. Mm.
Okay, so why that would not work is that when the production house is provisioning for transport, you are then choosing not to make use of that transport. So the only thing that you are then entitled to would then just be your per diem fee, and it would not be equivalent to petrol money. Even as a producer, if you think about it, I've given you the option of, I've given you what the production requires is I am giving you transport, but you are choosing otherwise. So therefore, I can only pay for the per diem, and you then make sure that you get there. Yeah.
Okay.
Which would make both ways the cost, because the production house would have to, yeah.
Now, because now then a producer, say for example, we rent a 7-seater. In that 7-seater, there's space for Hazel. And Hazel, and that was most now the producer's costs. So they already paid that 7-seater, the transport, but you said, I'm not driving in that car. So if you choose not to drive in that car, then you must sort out your own petrol, but you'll still get your per diem. Correct. Okay, so we need to then factor that in here somewhere. Let me just figure that out.
I think you've basically already encompassed it in 2.9.5.
Okay.
Should any cast member choose to offer their own vehicle or choose an alternative method to set, cast member will be liable to personal insurance and travel costs. Or petrol costs, or whatever it might be.
Fuel costs.
Yeah, cost of fuel, yeah.
I think then it's best we include that part in, because otherwise this whole thing will be more a one-sided agreement. It needs to be stated that as per the cast and producers agreement, if needs be, if the production can afford fuel money or rental fees for the car that the cast is going to use, so be it. It's between them. But it shouldn't be something that it needs to be enforced on the producer. So I think we need to find some leverage to include that part also, and because I think someone will exhaust or use that as a tool at the end of the day, and then obviously once a producer is going to read this, that person is not going to be, so to say, in agreement.
But I agree with Hazel when she says that that should then be a separate agreement between the producer and the talent. It's not necessarily like a set industry rule.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because now here we're just trying to create the baselines and just the guidance.
Yeah.
So any other agreements or handshakes that happen between producer and talent, that should then also always be on paper and not
Yes.
just a verbal agreement, so that you always have something to go back on. So it can even be an addendum, like an extra page to whatever contract that you guys have, to say that if you're even renting my vehicle, let's have a separate rental agreement for my vehicle.
Yes.
And what are the insurances looking like? Am I covered for insurance? And can I, because even if I go and claim to my insurance, I should have some kind of also other types of agreement, because then we say that I've got insurance, my car is covered, but the excess fee then falls on the producer.
Yes.
You know, so, but those are not other agreements, those are not other contractual agreements that one still maybe at a later point can discuss or look at.
I think just a small addition to that, actors should be aware of the contract that they are signing, because those contracts go with whatever the budget is in terms of the producer's budget. So if you are agreeing to whichever terms, you would have discussed it with the producer to say these are the terms and conditions that I essentially agree to, so that generally you don't kind of, I don't want to say overcharge what is a small production. For example, it's a startup, it's a small, it's a short film, it's a, so you have to understand the scope of the contract, and then you are discussing what are the nitty-gritties to that contract. But this document then just serves to inform of what is the best practice for the industry.
But I actually do agree, or rather I understand the reasoning to include a clause that just states that at the producer's discretion, should they wish to offer some kind of fuel contribution or whatever, that is at their discretion. So almost so to say that, just to keep it open, that it's not purely limited to this, even though, of course, you can always have whatever discussions you have. However, for those who are really like strictly by the book, perhaps just giving them indication that you also have your discretion to ABC, that may also provide further guidance.
Okay, so I factored then in here, in this part, producer, production company will not be liable for any incidents occurred during travel. Producer may offer financial assistance towards fuel at own discretion. Because I think it still speaks to this clause, this entire clause, right? Because here we are already talking about own cost of fuel. And then straight after, if the producer wishes at own discretion, he can then cover those costs. Yeah? Okay. Happy days. Are we good with this one? Can we move on to rehearsal day? So here, this was, on the other document, it was gear check, and then we changed it to rehearsal day. So there should obviously be certain conditions on rehearsal day, and also in terms of the payments that happen on rehearsal day. So let's say you've traveled now, we've moved up from the travel, Hazel and Shuna have driven there with a car, the next day it's rehearsal day. We're not shooting, we are maybe blocking. So obviously for me, ideally the payment should be then the standard day rate or the standard premium day rate, right? So I'm not so sure, and obviously with meals and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think then it would still apply to the normal working hours.
And just maybe an additional, because it's rehearsal days usually for cast, just to keep that in mind, because sometimes they might be rehearsing prior to the shoot days or even on set rehearsing. Mm-hmm. So just keep that in mind. And as well as, I'm not sure, because I haven't seen the document for crew, but table read.
Okay, let me quickly go to the crew.
Yeah, I don't know if there was provision there for table read, if we want to create like a standard.
No, there wasn't a table
rate.
read, no, in yesterday.
For all cast and crew. Yeah, for cast and crew, because sometimes some crew are called for table read, sometimes. A prep day, yeah. Yeah.
I think when it comes to rehearsals, the general practice that's not necessarily done here is that the rehearsals prior to the shoot also have their own rate. Because remember, once you sign the contract, your time is bought out for everything. And everything, by everything I also mean, in fact, what is standard in South Africa or internationally. Yes, I know it might not always be applicable to Namibia because where we are, but we are also trying to move to a standard that is internationally accredited. So the rates that should be considered should be for rehearsal and for wardrobe and makeup checks. Because again, it is your time spent making sure that this production is of a good quality. So those are some of the rates that I know that are not necessarily considered here in Namibia. How that rate is worked out, obviously a rehearsal will not be a 12-hour rehearsal. So, yes, so you would then look at a rehearsal fee rate that might be half of what your day rate would be, or a certain percentage of what your day rate would be, because your rehearsal time would not exceed, for example, more than 2 hours. I don't have the fine numbers for how it can be calculated, but the rehearsal fee is generally calculated at half the rate and or at a certain percentage of your full rate. So it's either you're taking a 10% or 30% or of your full day rate. That would also be then applicable to for your wardrobe and for any time you are needed, you are called. Yes.
Just also for the actors in the room, asking as a producer, is there room to negotiate a set fee for everything? So saying, okay, we're going to work together for 1 month. Can I give you X amount of money to avail yourself to this production, to this? I mean, I'm sure it's not necessarily always going to be the best deal, but is there room for that, or how do we feel about that in the room?
Yes, I agree with that. Or okay, let me just come back to the rehearsal rate. Just on the reasoning that the rehearsal rate should be less than the standard day rate, I want to ask the question or pose the question, because when we look at what the actor does, is not the rehearsal process, of course shooting is also very important, but I think for the actor a lot of work also happens in rehearsal, and prior or those rehearsals really are important in contributing, you know, towards the end product, towards the performance. And so to me the work is the same, essentially. The work that I am doing, apart from just, you know, the time being the same or whatever, the work being done is the same. So on that basis, it makes sense to me to just charge a standard rate, or to have that standard rate applicable also for rehearsals. Definitely, I agree that wardrobe checks and makeup checks, you know, there's no real, no. There's not the same amount of work from the actor or talent, but when it comes to rehearsals where you are actively creating, you're actively working, I think it should also be the same as a standard day rate. On the negotiation of a set rate for the entire project, that makes sense. And in approaching whatever that rate is, I would assume then the producer would naturally look at the rehearsal dates, the this, the that, the this, the that, and ensure that whatever they can offer factors in all of these things and is equitable towards the performer.
Good morning, everybody. It would be rude if I don't introduce myself. Sorry, my voice is a bit gone because it's winter. Anyway, my name is Teresia Nelumbu, but I'm compassionately known as Bella Phoenix the Poet. I'm a filmmaker, a writer, a props master, a set dresser, and a producer in training. My thing is, we need to be very careful when we are having conversations about surrounding talent. A lot of actors are speaking right now, but all I'm hearing is, I assume if the producer, people are guessing, you know, communication and contractual agreements is there because of a reason. As a filmmaker in drama school, I was taught that talent, when they come on set, that's your Rihanna. Ne? Our celebrities, right? We need talent, especially our lead actors and our supporting cast and our extras. I was even told that I should not call them extras, I should start calling them background acts. Oh, would you like to be a background actor? So, don't make promises that you cannot keep. Don't ever tell an actor that, yeah, I'll give you 50K so that you can act in my short film, but you didn't even look at your budget. You know what I mean? So, yesterday I touched a little bit on ego. It exists amongst filmmakers. I'm truly humbled.
Can I pause you there? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't mean to be rude, honestly. I just really want to finalize this point because I've already overextended on the coffee time that was meant to happen at 11.
Okay.
So I just wanted to finalize this point, and then in between we can have those conversations, if that's okay with you.
They are very deep, but it's okay. I just wanted to say, actors, when you're working with a producer, everything should be in writing. You know what I mean? I raise my case.
Thank you very much for that input. Okay. So we agreed that honestly additional agreements should be made on paper, like we were saying earlier on, to say that there should be an agreement with the producer and the talent. Okay, so can I keep this point as is for now? Because obviously I'm now making comments as well to add on into the next draft, basically. Okay. Cool. So, like I said now as well, we're about to go into rehearsal. No, we did. This is basically covering the rehearsals, yes. We can come back to it. We can also just quickly come back. Maybe we just need a refresher. Maybe our minds are clogged a bit before we come to the night shoots and what these other terms mean. So can we take a 10-minute break and then resume after 10 minutes? There should be coffee and some muffins there available for you guys. Thank you. the fan board for helping us put this together alongside the Namibia Film Commission. Namibia Film Commission has sponsored this event, so the cookies and the tea that you are drinking, drink it, my dear. It's your tax money. The cookies are here today. The cookies are here today. Yeah, yesterday I think we only had muffins. But yeah, thank you to the Namibia Film Commission. And thank you to the Namibia Film Commission's chairperson of the Namibia Film Commission board that's here today, Ms. Esabiakas. Thank you for your presence on behalf of NFC and on behalf of FAN that you're here. And also our chairperson at the FAN board is also here, Byron Joseph, as I said earlier on. And also big shout out to Maj, who is doing the most with the streaming today. Everybody online can participate, can hear us, can comment. And also we've got different lenses today, guys. I don't know if you've seen the picture quality on the live stream, but Maj, you're doing the Lord's work. So thank you, and for all your assistants that are here, that are behind the screens and the cameras. And also the producers in the room, thank you for being here and also giving your input. So while we're on that deserves a handshake. And thank you to also everybody who has joined in online as well. Thank you for making the time. And I'd also just like to know how many actors do we have in the room, just by show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Michael? Michael, are you also an actor now? Even Mr. Vixen is an actor today. Are you actor or producer today, Vixen? Yellow, you also an actress? Yeah. Yeah, oh, yes, exactly. All right. And how many producers do we have in the room? Okay. Yes, I love it. Now, why are you not raising your hands? Why are you being forced to raise your hand? Or future producers as well, because now you also have to contribute, not just on behalf of an actor. Yes, I love it. Future, ne? Love it. Awesome. Okay. So for those of you who have joined late, the document that was shared on the groups, I don't know if any of you guys, okay, how many FAN paid up members do we have in the room? Okay, that's a bit worrying. It's a bit worrying. Yesterday I asked why. Someone said they didn't know where or the how. Fair enough. So the where is you either send an email to info@FA, Filmmakers Association, fanamibia.com. So that's info@fanamibia.com. You can get a form that you can fill in, and also the banking details that you can also use to pay. We also have a cell phone number as well that you can call if you don't want to email or don't have the time to email, and the person behind that line will send you all the information that you need. Or if there are any groups that you can be added on as well, like the larger general fan group, if you want to be added on that one as well, they can always share the link with you, always add you onto that group, because there's a lot of information that I feel like a lot of us miss out because we're not part of these communities, and that obviously leads to a lot of fragmentation, and that also leads to a lot of frustration, because some people feel like they don't have access to the information. But I believe that if you're in this industry, you really, really have to speak to one another and see where is the information being dispersed. So how can I be part of the conversation? Where can I add my 2 cents? So always encourage the people that are not here to please participate in conversations or groups like this. And also encourage them to be a fan member. Tomorrow we have our annual general meeting, which is the AGM, that's happening tomorrow at the CIIA, the Creative Industry Institute of Africa. If you know Joel Haikali from Joe Visions Productions, that's his foundation, and that is just behind Windhoek High. So Windhoek High has that little hill where you go towards the hostels and the what do they call that garden, that famous garden, botanical one. So the CIA is there. So tomorrow we are starting at 10, so we'll be having our AGM from 10 until 1 o'clock, and it's open to not just the FAN paid up members, because the paid up members will have voting rights. So whatever decisions we make tomorrow, whether it's to vote for a new board, because annually there has to be a new board as per our constitution that we follow, which anybody can get access to as well. We have a constitution. So every year during this time, we vote for the board or we reinstate the current board. Whatever decisions need to be made on behalf of the association will be done tomorrow. Now, FAN is also the only recognized body apart from, is Sisters? Is SWIFT also recognized? No? Yeah, but both entities, FAN and Sisters in Film, both have an MOU with the Namibia Film Commission. So if Namibia Film Commission wants to support the industry financially or training or whatever the case may be, those are the two bodies that they normally fund. So these are bodies that are then mandated to carry out whatever industry developments and industry representations that are needed. So that's happening tomorrow. It would be good to have more members join FAN between today and tomorrow, just to have a larger representation, right? Otherwise, it becomes the voice of a few. And when we now go to government and say that, no, we are the recognized body, but our numbers are only X, it becomes a little bit tricky. So that representation is very important for government. And for certain decisions as well the government has to reach, and also when it comes to the NFC as well, when they decide to support. So obviously we felt like, the industry is not just limited to FAN, and also these are national budgets as well that we are using, right? So we can't limit those to just the associations or limited bodies in place. But it is encouraged that you please do become part of an institution, because we want to formalize the industry, we want to professionalize the industry, and we want to also let them know that we are serious and we are not undivided. We are together. And this is, if you want to find the industry, this is where we are at. Not now, I need to call Michael, then I need to call Shuna, okay, I need to get their input. But if we can already at an institution or association level already agree on something that is collective, and then we submit those perspectives and inputs and recommendations, it gives us more power. So yeah, that's what I wanted to just say. But I think we can now continue. I don't know how much time we have before lunch. Lunch is at 1:30. So we've covered quite a lot. Let me just see how many points we still have left. Okay, quite a few pages actually. Okay, so we left off at the rehearsal. What must happen at the rehearsal? So again, for those who just came now or who joined in late, this is a draft document. So for now, we're just trying to get everybody's inputs and comments regarding the various points. And so some things we are adding on as we go, like the party in blue that we've added some additional points on in terms of the travel. And even rehearsal day as well, I've made a comment here to say that standard and premium day rates should apply at a pro rata rate or at half the rate, depending on the hours that are needed for rehearsal and for prep day. But we can please pick up on there. And if I can just have somebody assist us with the mic. Yes, Mr. Mike, I thank you so much. Let me just switch off the lights as well. Welcome, Mr. Armas. Thank you for joining us.
No, before the break, Ms. Ulenga, right? Yes. She was suggesting maybe to go full rate on rehearsals. Yes. So my question is now, look, the way we normally do, we have an agreement with the cast. and you come on the project on a fee. So the full rate that you are referring to, is this now going to be an actor who comes in for 1 day for rehearsal, or somebody that has to be there throughout production? The reason why I'm asking is our working conditions currently is like we can only afford like a flat rate. Do you work that rehearsal rate in that and negotiate above it? Or do we make that offer and then we negotiate on days per rehearsal? How can we best approach that, so that it can be fair for you as the actor and us as the producers? Because we don't want to exploit, but also we also need more time with you, let's say on a project for rehearsals. Why I'm asking is so that we just have...
And the table read day.
Yeah.
We also need to consider that.
And then the table read day. So when you come on a project, what will be a reasonably fair approach, you as cast, me as producer, to accommodate each other?
I don't have the answers per se, but okay. I think, yes, it absolutely makes sense to leave room for negotiation, to also consider what is doable on production side. I think just the point that I was making is just a recognition that rehearsal is no less work for an actor. And so if we can understand that and acknowledge that, we can also consider that when we are coming up with whatever package we want to offer them or can offer them. So so the principle is that, very similar to what Shuna has noted there, that it's standard or premium day rates, or perhaps rather standard, and it's prorated for the amount of hours required, even for the actor that is on set for 1 day, because that's the principle that I'm proposing. But and so taking that into consideration, as you format your package, whatever it is, whatever you can avail, I think that's just what I wanted to emphasize.
I think another consideration, sometimes when it comes to rehearsal, the casting is various levels of actors. So you might have a very experienced actor with a beginner actor. And the beginner actor requires a whole lot more attention in understanding what this film set requires technically, moving props, directions, and all of those things. So at times you would have the professional or the experienced actor having to come into a rehearsal and spend a lot of time simply because the other cast members might not necessarily be at the same speed of understanding. So if you are looking at your casting, maybe that's where the negotiation also kind of comes to play, whereas the actor would be required to be there, but the reality is the experienced actor already has all their stuff together. The purpose of the rehearsal is kind of to make everybody come on the same level. So how do you then equate the rate to that? Secondly, you would also have to be cognizant as actors which industry, not industry, which line of performance is the genre. Are you rehearsing for a TV series? Is it a feature film? Is it a commercial? Is it a stage production? And then the rate then applies according to that. I think it's also because if you look at being a TV series actor, your call times is possibly Monday to Saturday, depending on generally it's Monday to Friday, and you are maybe required to be at rehearsal all of those days because your role requires you to be, you are in a lead or you are in a supporting or you are featured, a background actor. So all of those things need to be taken into consideration when looking at rehearsal fees. So it won't necessarily be just a blank approach for now, but then we can still say, okay, for a TV series, rehearsals would require this amount of time of your time, therefore the rate will be X amount. But for a feature film, that works a little bit different because you are working generally at let's say you are shooting only for 6 weeks or only for 4 weeks. I've had sets where you're only shooting 3 weeks. So when the time is compressed, that means that the rehearsal time would be an extended time. You need more time on rehearsal because your shoot time is pressed. So those, I think, are things to just be in. I don't also have a rate right now, but what I remember from my South African days is that your rehearsal time then is worked out either at half the rate of your day rate or at a percentage of your package, for example. Yeah.
So which is then basically the pro rata rate.
Yeah.
Because also what we need, also the other consideration as well is that let's say, for example, because these guidelines that we're trying to set, yes, they're for our local industry, right? But we're also thinking for the future. So if now there's an international company and the general industry guidelines or regulations, the international one now that are perhaps more common and more formalized, are too different to ours, then that becomes a little bit difficult, because what are we saying then? Are we saying that for international productions, let's say Mad Max comes here and wants a Hazel because the government has ordered that you need to at least have X number of local talents in your production if you're going to shoot in our country. We're trying to get to that point, right? So how do we make our standards globally competitive, or at least appeal to global productions and global guidelines and conditions, and not just make it just for ourselves, but at the same time still considering that our industry is smaller, we do have smaller budgets, and we just don't have the same resources and the same capacity as international productions. Yeah, so I don't know. So, Errol, are you saying that it might get expensive?
Instead of saying, let's say, full rate, maybe looking at the scope of the project, can we maybe include something in our standards to say maybe we can negotiate? I'm talking in terms of setting a standard, so that we don't say on the document that it's going to be full rate and we as producers are not able to negotiate. So since we are busy with the document, so I'm saying how can we come together, producer, cast, and how can we phrase that in the document? You know, to accommodate us and also make sure that international projects don't exploit us as well at the same time.
So then this applies then. So this should then be a guiding within your contract to say that, okay, we're looking at Hazel's fee. It's $2,000 a day. Hazel, this is your daily rate. But can we agree to a pro rata rate? And then you stipulate that percentage depending on what your budget allows. Right, budget-wise, then you say, of your 2,000 a day, I can only give you 10% for rehearsal. And that's the pro rata that I'm able to offer, right? Because others maybe might come and say, no, Errol, I can't do 10%, I need 50% of my daily rate, and that is, for me, the pro rata. Then that becomes now the contractual agreement. But yeah, let's give it back to the room. Okay. Okay, Armas, and then we come to Hazel.
Right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
And there's also Vixen there in the back.
Right. I came in a little bit late, and I found this discussion probably already towards the conclusion, but it's something that is very close to my heart. It's a topic that is very close to my heart. And I could tell yesterday from the discussions on the WhatsApp groups how, you know, how it went. It was quite heating up. What I really want to add to the discussion is that we as actors demanding what we are demanding, we are also coming in with an understanding of normally what would a filmmaker or a producer get from NFC or from a certain sponsor, that they are not getting, you know, tens of millions to produce this film. That we understand, and we also understand the fact that, or before I get to the fact that, maybe what I should really point out is that what we are fighting for an entry level, to say this is the baseline, to say our negotiation can start from here, and if we can put a cap to say up until here, fine, but well, maybe the sky is the limit. If Errol is able to pay me 100,000, why should I limit it? And where the rehearsal issue, and let me just generalize it. What I'm trying to say is that let us create an environment, like rightly Errol suggested, let us create an environment where we are able to negotiate. You know, because in many cases, we are approached by people that comes with their ideas without even asking my worth. At the end of the day, as a brand, I should have a worth on top of my head. And then you come in as a producer and say, like Shuna said, and say, Armas, I'm working on this low-budget project. I know the rate start here, but I'm only able to offer you X amount. And then I would then say, Errol, I do understand your position, but can you perhaps just add a little bit on what you are offering? And then we meet each other halfway, just so that I don't kill you, and also that you don't also kill me. Because when I leave home in the morning, I am going to work. When I come back from work and I cannot even point my daughter with a stocky lacquer, then I have gone to do charity. You understand what I'm saying? So this is really where I come from, to say, let us create an environment where no one feels, you know, thrashed upon, and we both go home happy. I produce, you are happy. That's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have Vixen and then we have Hazel.
Yeah, I think let's just be reminded of what happened yesterday, what we said yesterday. These are guidelines. You know, there is a difference between guidelines and regulations. For now, we cannot really regulate. We cannot say, you got to pay that, or you got to do this, you know. So it just guides us. But what is of benefit is when they're outsiders, because these things will be loaded on the NFC website and maybe other industry, you know, where it can be accessed and seen. So when a producer sits somewhere there, they will not say, oh, this is just another African country where we can give them peanuts. We are not monkeys. Yeah. So then they know there's something to start at. Now, ourselves, while we are still building our industry, is really very much about what we negotiate and agree on. So let's not kill the golden goose before it lays the eggs. So I just wanted us to come back to that. That is not the regulations, it's rather, and nobody can put you in prison if you say, look, really this is all I have. And it's up to people to choose. Okay, I will take it or I won't. But it's slowly we are then getting to get ourselves accountable to whatever. If we know that you got 4 million for a film and we know the story, like, hey, man, at least, and I think the NFC also said that they will have bench or like minimums that as a producer, you don't pay yourself 30% at the expense of your total crew and actors. So we have to recognize that.
All right, Hazel. Okay.
And I actually have, I agree 85% with what you said, but I have a slight problem with this is a guideline and no one can take anyone to prison for not paying the required amount. My question is really just to say, how long are we going to get stuck at the guidelines? So we need to move somewhere where we document things, gazette things, make policies, and you know, as much as the policy is made and it's a legal document, there is still room for negotiation. We are not saying now that it's a legal document we cannot negotiate.
Yeah,
right? So let us move away from guidelines. Let us, otherwise, there's no point talking about this.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier on.
Yeah.
That we need to start somewhere while the mic is roaming towards Hazel. That obviously we have to also start with some kind of a baseline, right? And there has to be some kind of, you know, ink written on some paper. So you start with guidelines, you start with a process, and then you figure out. So even if we go to labor or whatever and say that these are the guidelines that we want to gazette, you have to start from somewhere, and the industry should have been consulted. So we are very much in agreement with you.
Yes.
That too, because also yesterday we were talking about a film policy and all of these things. There's so many documents that we actually need to push forward for. But yeah, it's another conversation.
Yeah, I think this exercise should be able to inform the funders of how much more they would need to really invest in the productions to get, yes. So let's not curb ourselves, because if we are curbing ourselves, then we are curbing the funder. And then they will have a baseline of where they want to go. Of course, yes, we're in Namibia. We don't necessarily get the big budgets, but that's where we'd like to go. So in terms of meeting the productions and the actors both halfway, I think the danger has always been that sometimes a production house gets a big budget and underpays on the cast and the crew. And that's where the exploitation obviously happens. But if you'd like to meet the halfway line, where there is a respect to both parties involved, it would be that, yes, the standard procedure should be, we come up with a standard, whatever that fee is, but it would obviously be dependent on what the budget of the film is. And for that to be honest, I mean, a true reflection would have to be how much the budget, how the production company has gotten. That would have to be kind of an open field, because right now, a production house does not necessarily have to disclose how much they got. But that's where the room for exploitation is too rife. So once you are negotiating as an actor, have an idea of how much a feature film in Namibia would have gotten, so that you also know the value you are deriving from your participation in the production. So the onus is also on the actors to become acquainted with what is happening in the industry and not start to think as you are the last person coming into the table. You are, in fact, the first person that is considered, because without the actor, there is nothing.
Yeah.
Yes. But for that also to happen, the actor then now needs to become professional. What would happen is that when we're coming back to rehearsal fees, you've got the professional that came on time, is going to be paid that rehearsal fee, and then you've got a fellow actor that does not do the same. Now we are spending 6 hours extra on a film set or in rehearsal because some of us are not coming to the board as professionals. So that's where the halfway line also on the opposite end needs to be. That if we are talking about these rates, we are talking about professionalizing the industry, meaning that us as actors also need to start behaving as professionals. And lastly, then the rate has to be the standard, right? Are we saying it's going to be the full rate, or is it worked out as a percentage of your full package? Whatever that sum comes up to, still, whether the person is having a 500,000 as a budget or only 200,000 as a budget. Based on your budget, you will then say your rehearsal fees, this is the rate, and your rehearsal fees are then half of it or the percentage of it. So it would never matter how much the production would have gotten, but at least you are making sure that rehearsal fees are calculated at an XYZ rate. And then your amount, the fund that you are having, would then inform how much you are actually able to afford to pay as a rehearsal fee. So then this standardization then helps both the producer and the actor in the reality. Yeah.
So that was actually the point I was making. The reason why I'm also saying it's nice to have a standard, because that will be a guideline to the funders and us as production houses, so that I do not have an excuse tomorrow to say I only have this amount for the movie. But then I know I have a budget of 10,000, but then I know my limitations are only 2 rehearsal days with you, according to that budget bracket. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, definitely with every budget, it will differ. But the key thing here is not to exploit you, and also to be safe, not to compromise the quality of rehearsal time and the quality of the production, right? So that's why I feel this is a very important practice for all of us, as producers and the actors, because for us, actors' well-being is very important. And I know when you are valued, you value the production. Yeah, so that's why I say in the document, because why I say maybe put something in there that also protects us as producers to say it will be negotiated and not just saying it's going to be pro rata rate. Because it's a document and somebody will read it, and then maybe there just needs to be something there to say, oh, at the producer's discretion or agreed upon or something. I'm not good with legal terms, but just to bracket to say, okay, there will be that room for us, right? So, but I totally agree. But also, this will also help us not to exploit each other. That was just my point.
I think then the wording should be mutually agreed upon. Whichever the amounts are that you both have, agreed mutually to this. That means you would have negotiated and come to a part, right? Yeah. So then it's not in favor of the producer or just in favor of the actor, but then you have mutually agreed upon an amount.
I just want to circle back. No, I'm not circling back, but I'm circling back. Shuna, you mentioned referencing the international standards and basing our standards on that. Then my question is, apart from, Hazel, what you've shared about your experience at SA, do we have something that we can now look at or at our available where we can see then what is how do international productions calculate the rate for actors for rehearsals? But apart from that, I think the point or the comment that, Shuna, you've put on the document does encompass what we've discussed. apart from this, what Hazel has now just added. But I just want to also clarify, because when we say prorated, it means an equal portion of, right? So the proration isn't the percentage. The proration is, if it's 2,000, if Hazel's standard rate is 2,000 a day, and I need her for 2 hours of rehearsal, and a typical day is 10 hours, right? Then it's going to be, yes, yeah, so it's 2 divided by 10, and then multiplied by, yeah, you can do the mathematics, but just on the clarification there.
I'm not trying to, sorry, I'm just going through like another document that might have some kind of rehearsal. But I think like we could literally even just look up something online, but that's going to take me some time to go through this document. But yeah, no, sorry, I was just doing this because I would like us to obviously at some point also come up with a similar structure for the talents, you know, and I would also need to see how do we define these, is it like experienced actor, what is even the definition of an experienced actor? What do we mean by that? You know, obviously there's now supporting casts and all of that stuff, and extras or stand-ins, all of that stuff. But just something to ponder on, to keep in the back of your mind.
Sorry, Shuna, I'm so sorry. Can you bring your screen brightness up just a little bit?
I tried doing that. Let me try again.
Up. If it's it's already all the way up. Okay,
this
thanks.
Is now all the way up, yeah. So it's a projector. I don't know if there's any way of increasing the brightness of the projector.
But no worries, thank you.
Cool. Going back to the document. Yeah, so this is not, it's not exhaustive, and obviously it's not also expanded. So at a pro rata, earlier on I was saying that at a pro rata rate agreed upon, I don't know, maybe that could then leave the room for the negotiation between the producer and the talent. Because I don't know, obviously we would have to probably expand a little bit more on this, but this is just like a comment, but I think the agreed upon is probably definitely an important one, because I can say that my the pro rata essentially was going to be based on, to say that, okay, if my fee is $2,000 a day, then we're going to split it into, let's say the 12, you're only allowed to work now is it 10 hours? Let's say 10 hours. So from that 10 hours, for 10 hours, I'm charging 2,000, but my rehearsal fee, my rehearsal time is 6 hours. So from what you would have given me for 10 hours, give me that, but only for those 6 hours. So that's now the pro rata meaning. But if we say then the pro rata agreed upon, then that then becomes a percentage. So unless if we say pro rata rate or percentage agreed upon with producer or with production company. So the other option was obviously at half the rate. So half the rate is essentially also kind of pro rata, but that just means that you're 50% of your daily rate. So that's also like another option. But that now becomes now a contractual agreement between you and the producer. So that means that this kind of like leaves room for that, and depending on one's budget, you know, but also then there is also a baseline. Because now the rates that we come up with here, that will also then give you like a baseline of what an experienced actor should be charging, for example. So here, we'll come back to this. Let's not focus on this, because our minds are going to go crazy. Okay. So are we able to move on from this point? Or are there any other concerns? So we're going to expand on this, and then obviously also final comments can be made. But essentially those, whatever comments or expansion comes in here should represent or should speak to that when it comes to rehearsals. Obed, I know you came a bit later on in. Do you have any thoughts on that? As a producer, actor also yourself?
So two things I've noticed in our industry where the problems come from when it comes to transactions between an actor and a producer. So as a litmus test, if your name is not on the call sheet, don't go on set. If your name is on the call sheet and they don't use you, they still have to pay you. Okay, so that's the first thing. And I'm not sure if people here get weekly rates for international productions. It's normally daily rates. For local production, it makes sense that you have weekly rates. But I think when you get to like leading performer, it is largely known that you get daily rates. Because your scene might be today, and then next week, and then the following week. And then now you have 3 scenes, or let's say 3 days that you have worked. And you need to always make sure that when you're invoicing the production company, that you're also listing you're also attaching the call sheet. Because this is where now the dispute comes in. Yeah, but the director asked me to rehearse for 2 hours, 3 hours, and there's no proof. So my advice is, even if somebody calls you, please do me a favor, just make sure as part of records and record keeping, they send you a call sheet or some sort of, written notice that you are supposed to be on set from this time to this time.
So there's thank you for that. So Nadia also sent us guidelines for cost from the SA, from the South African CPA guidelines. And this is for the rehearsals. So if the rehearsals are between 0 and 5 hours, the talent can charge 50% of the initial day rate. That's if you're working for up to 5 hours. If you're working for more than 5 hours, but up to 7 hours, you charge 75% of your daily rate. If it's more than 7 hours, say, per hour, 75%. Okay, so that means that up to 5. Okay, so then that's a whole calculation actually. So up to 5 hours, you charge 50%. And then the additional 2 hours that leads up to 7 hours, those 2 hours are 75% of your daily rate, right? And then if it's 7 to 11 hours that you are rehearsing, you charge 100% of your daily rate. And if it's 11 hours to 16 hours, you charge 10% of the initial day fee per hour. So 10% of initial day fee per hour. So meaning that, I'm trying to understand it, 10% of initial day fee per hour. Does it mean that that initial day fee per hour, is it then like the 75% or?
I think what is said there is, it's most, say for instance, you have 10 hours to work over a daily rate of 2,000. Then you divide that with your daily hour divided 10 over 100. Then you get your hourly rate. Are you not supposed to get an hourly rate? Based on the hourly rate, then you start calculating how many hours. %, initial day fee. So it's 10% of your initial day fee. Then, yes. So which means you times that with the 11 to 16 hours that you have done. No. Are you on the group? Have you seen that on the group? Yes. There is most now the 11 to 16 hours. Is it not what we're discussing now?
Yeah.
Yes. So it was the 10% of your initial fee. So which means if it is that you had 16 hours, then you times that with your, yes.
So you times every hour times 10% of your fee. Yes. So let's say, for example, because we're saying that 11 hours you charge 100%, right?
Yes.
So then is it 100%? So you get your full day rate, and then on top of that, 10% of your daily rate per hour. Yes. 100. Which would be $100 extra. Yes. Exactly. So then if it's 2 hours, then it's $200 on top of your daily rate, right? If it's 5 hours, then it's $500 on top of your daily rate. Because then it's most 10% per hour. So 10, 10, 10, 10, that gives you then the 50%. Then you get half, then you get your $1,000 plus half of your rate.
Per hour. So after those 5 hours, anything after those 5 hours. Only calculated after the 5 hours.
Do you mean the 5 hours after the full day rate?
Your full day, okay, so 0 to 5 hours is 50% initial day fee. Right. So that means that the percentage thereof only gets calculated after. So if I've worked more than 5 hours, that's when that percentage rate starts to kick in. Yeah, yes, rehearsal.
I think yes, but no. Because, okay, so 0 to 5 hours is 50% initial day fee. But if you are only rehearsing 1 hour, you're not getting 50% your initial day fee. You're getting 50%.
Whether you work 1 hour or 5 hours, you still get
regardless,
your 50. So that's the bracket. So the first bracket is between 0 and 5 hours.
Ah, okay.
So whether it's 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter. Yes.
So half an hour to 4.5 hours, it's the same fee.
Yes.
Got you, thank you.
Producers are like, yarr. Guys, please give Errol the mic.
I'm sitting here and looking at Errol, seeing his face going from being a black man to a pink man.
Please give Errol the mic. And welcome, Mr. Moderator, Facilitator, Sam, Patrick. Where have you been all these 2 days? But why does your phone go off for 2 days? Yarr. Anyway, please give Errol the mic.
Ash, my brother, I feel for you, right? But I am also now coming in with not only feeling pity for Errol, but I'm also looking at a situation where the producers will be forced to go into production without, or into shooting without rehearsing. And as an actor, I also don't want my demands to come at the expenses of the quality of the production, because Errol cannot rehearse the number of hours and days that he wishes to. And again, like I suggested earlier on, yes, these are guidelines as they were put, but they should also not, you know, distract us from saying,
Okay,
let's
Esther,
negotiate. You know, I do understand, but we want that money, Errol.
All right, Errol, then Esther.
Okay, guys, my sales speech will be, the image of the movie is you. So think about the movie. So give me more rehearsals. Okay, but in general, I'm saying it's fine. Look, it's a good exercise. We learn. I can see, and it makes us value you more, right? As an actor, it's important to know that this needs to happen. Yes, the conditions might not allow currently, so that's where you and I maybe have a conversation on the other side. But in general, it's a good exercise. I'm happy to be here. And it's good to have a standard that we can say to know, okay, cool, if I do get the budget, I'll be very, very happy to pay this much. So, but if I don't have a budget, that's where we negotiate. Yeah.
Esther, yes, please. Esther, Ndayola. Hazel,
just-
did you have your hand up? You're good? Okay.
Just a reminder, so what Nadia sent was by the CPA. What CPA stands for is the Commercial Producers Association. So these are the rates that apply on commercial work.
It doesn't have to be
right?
our rates, but we can take it from there most.
Right, but just so that we also understand that, like, when you're working in commercial work, literally every hour, every second is really like accounted for by, by the coin. So just to keep that in mind, specifically with that section, maybe we can put it in a commercial. This is how we negotiate commercial rehearsal days, so that if there's an international production that is coming and they want to do a shoot here and they've got our actors, we can.
So that's
say,
on short format. If
it would
we're
go on
trying
short,
to apply
yeah,
it to this document.
It would-
But long format, we can then stipulate a different type of rate.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And then number two, just to echo what Errol is saying, if I can't afford to pay for rehearsals, at the end of the day, also the actress and the actors suffer, right? Because then, exactly. That means I can't afford because, so they, like he's saying, the image is also you, right? So there has to be that thing of, okay, actually, I do need these many hours of rehearsal to feel comfortable enough for this. And then he can say, okay, I also need X amount, and we meet each other, halfway.
I think we are calculating this wrong. And I say that because, okay, I think we are all looking at this screenshot, but Nadia also shared
I'm
the
going to try
entire
and open up the
document,
document as well.
because I think what we need is a bit of context. Because if you look at 5 to 7 hours, so using that example, your day rate is 1,000 Namibian dollars. Between 0 and 5 hours, you are going to get 500 Namibian dollars. But then at the 5 to 7 hour mark, what I'm reading here is 75% initial day fee per hour. Your day fee is 1,000. So that means 750 Namibian dollars for those, an hour for those 2 hours, which is 1,500. We are not reading, I think we are not reading this correctly. So, because that doesn't make sense to me. And even on the 0 to 5 hours point that I made earlier, I as an actor am very happy to be paid for the 2 hours that I was there. you don't need to pay me for the 3 hours I was not there, because I was not there. And if we have decided that it's 50% the initial day fee per hour, then, so what I'm saying is, I think this is referring to the hourly rate, you know? So if it's, or rather prorated, thank you, Esther. So if it is that example, the one, give me a second. Let's just say you are making 100 an hour, right? Per day, and times 10, so it is 1,000. So for your 0 to 5 hours, you'd be making 500. For your 2 hours of rehearsal, it's 200. And you weren't here for the 3 other hours. So if I was a producer, I don't understand why I must pay you for 3 hours when you weren't here. And I would ultimately hold resentment towards the actors who have the expectation to be paid for 3 hours when they weren't there. So that is why I'm saying I think we need to take a look at the context, because we might be misreading this.
Okay. So what I think is we should at least differentiate between international and local productions. When it's local productions, we should put maybe 10% or 15% on the budget on what the actors are supposed to get. And if it's an international production, that's when we can let the actors choose their hourly rate, because it's not coming from us. Because the budgets that we get here are so minuscule. So the best that we can do is build that foundation that you guys are talking about. Build it as a percentage for cast, build it as a percentage for crew in that budget. That's the only way we can get a start. And that's the only way we can pay everyone equally.
If I have to add to, or just disagree a bit with Dayola, ne? What's her name? Yes. What happens is, in normal cases, you have, I speak now in terms of crew. No, it can be, if we have commercials, we do have a different rate that we charge for commercials. That's why on commercials, we supposed to work 10 hours because of the severity of the nature of that specific commercial you work on. That's why it's 10 hours, because it's intense. On features, it's 12 hours per day. Hence, you have another rate for that. So the one that was just shared with us was another commercial aspect of doing things. And I would say it is correct from what we have, what has been shared, based on, it can be, although I need you for 2 hours on set, it's calculated in such a way, but then I can't make a mistake because it's a commercial to only bring you in an hour before. Then it doesn't make sense. What if you get stuck in traffic? Then it delays the whole production again, which will cost money. So hence, fourth, they will bring you in at the specific call time. Say, for instance, if you happen to shoot at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you will probably come in at lunchtime. That makes it that you will have more hours than the 2 hours that you are shooting. On top of that, then if it is that you are going to be used within the morning slot, you will come in most probably earlier than the crew, because sometimes it's makeup and wardrobe and all that that needs to come in. So your hours, obviously, it's not going to be just the 2 hours. She's talking about rehearsal. Okay. Yes, I understand.
Okay, so I'm putting now my producer hat on. Does anybody know here what is the percentage of the total production goes to actors and performers? Huh? And this is where the problem comes in. Because what happens is, you give a budget to the Film Commission, and you say, I'm going to pay the actor 15,000. And then when the production starts, you're giving the actor 2,000. A typical production, 35% goes to the actors. 35%. 35%. Typically, you know, if you are over 35%, I would encourage the writer to cut down the roles, because you still have to pay for the crew and catering and for logistics. Okay? So what you're seeing on the screen, the reason why we say, what do you see on screen, is what we want to see you spending the money on, right? So typically, if you want to see somebody cheating you out of your money, it's because somebody said to the Film Commission, I'm going to pay you 10,000, and you end up getting $700. And those are the things that we need to fix from one side to the other side. You know, and that's why I'm always enforcing things like exit reports. When production companies are putting in their exit reports, we want to see how much you spent on the actors, how much you spend on the crew. Otherwise, we have no way of knowing or tracking how much money is going into the industry or in somebody's pockets.
There's a comment here from Byron. Okay, after
Quickly.
Hazel.
I think for when it comes to the international productions, what actors should be cognizant is that generally they are not supposed to pay you less than the rate that they would pay in their home country. They are not supposed to be paying less for a Namibian actor, way less than what they would actually spend in their home country. Also, be aware of their exchange rate is a higher amount in general. So be aware of such things when you are agreeing onto rehearsals or performance fees. What I would like us also to be cognizant of locally in terms of rehearsals is that fee actually includes the fact that I am eating. You're not providing me with food or refreshments for rehearsal, right? Generally not. So that fee structure and why it is that rehearsal fees are being paid is because then I need to have made sure that the actor is well nourished and they are capable of giving a good performance and presence, full presence of mind, because they are full and all of that. And secondly, because the transport cost to come to the rehearsal. So those are the reasons you are getting paid for a rehearsal fee. And it's not just the actual work that is taking place. So the rehearsal doesn't just start when you are at the NTN. In production, it means that you have eaten, I'm taking care of the actor, his well-being. They are able to come to the rehearsal unless the production is providing transport, which generally, if you are thinking about it, would take a lot of time to go collect everybody. So you would then say actors must then come to the production for the rehearsal by themselves. So those are the small things that we don't necessarily take into mind. So don't just think of, oh, I'm going to be spending $1,000 on rehearsal for Hazel alone, but be cognizant that Hazel needs to have eaten and has to have traveled to the production to make up for what the qualities that you require at the end of the day. So it's not just about rates and, oh, it's going to be 50%, it's going to be a lot for my budget, but also not just to have the bottom line in mind, but also what the actor is required in the production process.
I just actually have a comment, slight question actually, because I find the ongoing conversation very interesting in terms of the rates. Two things there. So if we're going to peg, for instance, percentage of budget for talent, it becomes an interesting equation for me, because I mean, on my $1 million production, I'll only use one actor now. Or what happens if I'm using 1,000 actors for instance, if it's only pegged at 35% of budget, or if we set out to peg something at that. So I do see definitely the room then for some sort of malpractice to happen there. It'll be very difficult, I can see, to regulate that. That's on the one hand. I'm just wondering also, when we're talking about the rehearsal days, and trying to make that match, for instance, the South African one, as being proposed there on the group, it might be a bit difficult. Isn't it just simpler for us to say 50% of day rate, and then maybe have a percentage or something like that for overtime? Just to keep it practical for ourselves. So those are my two simple contributions. But I do like to pose that first question to some of the more experienced guys in the room. What do you think, Obi?
Okay, so the thing is, it's more of like a guideline for local productions. I mean, you can't enforce. I mean, the international productions are not going to tell you their budget anyways, right? Because it comes from somewhere else. But what I'm talking about is, you have a government funding programs, and the money is not going to its intended, destination. Now, if a producer, $1 million takes $350,000 for one actor, right there and then you know that the movie is not going to work. Okay? You just know this movie, because there's no such thing as a movie with only one actor. Have you ever seen a movie with one actor? One actor? That's YouTube, right, isn't it? That's a content creator. That's on YouTube. There's no such thing as a movie with one actor. The moment you go into production, it's like building a house. The carpenters, they will get a certain percentage. If you don't pay this amount, your house is not going to stand. It's the same thing with production, particularly for film. If you don't set aside a certain amount for crew, because you don't want to pay for a gaffer, your set is not going to be lit properly. If you don't have grips, you're not going to be able to carry that equipment all the way up the dunes. So it's going to be another workshop when we have to look into budgets, production budgets, so people understand where does the money really go. Because I also don't want you to come to me tomorrow and say, yeah, but you said this 35%, so now you must also pay me 35%. You need to understand where the money goes. Subject to budget, okay? But last note, the producer is the last person to see the figures. The person who generates the figures, which is coming from quotes, is a line producer. They sound like they're the same, but they're not the same. Just like the line producer is not the same as the production manager. The reason why you have all of these intervals is to make sure that from a budget, we all understand where it goes, so that we can account for it. When NAMRA comes, we say, oh, no, it went here, 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 here. Most of the productions don't go anywhere because they don't have that particular factor. And guess what? NAMRA can see your accounts. They can see where you're spending it. And that's the only way you can actually avoid somebody getting $1 million for a production, and then 250,000 goes into their pockets. It doesn't make sense.
There's Mr. Vixen there at the back.
I think mine is short, just in terms of like, when it comes to work and safeguards. I think the issue is around safeguarding, right? Safeguarding. And so usually when it comes to safeguards, the approach is minimum requirement. We want the minimum total expenditure to be at least 15%. Because when you're getting a minimum 15% expenditure on cost of crew, it safeguards. So it's not necessarily to enforce a benchmark, but to impose a safeguard. So when Namibian actors, whether it's a local or international production, safeguarded, when the percentage is between 10 and 20% of total budget, that's the principle. The idea is not how much you get at the end of the day. At the guidelines level, you're trying to safeguard so that people aren't exploited. And then from there, you yourself, in your private rights, you have the ability to negotiate. But from a public perspective and public policy, what do you want to bring in here is safeguards, because it becomes difficult in the budget conversation when you are saying, Byron, one actor, 35% of the budget, or whatever the scenario is. But the point is, what is the minimum percentage that should go to a collective of actors, whether it's 1 or 100 from a production, as a minimum standard to safeguard? Not as a maximum standard, or not as the standard, but it's a safeguarding instrument.
Yes, Vixen?
Yeah, look, I think we should really be careful to shoot ourselves in the foot. And the examples are plenty of when people are given an opportunity or there's potential opportunity, and then we abuse it to our detrimental. Like in South Africa, for example, and so on, where we're supposed to learn from, they brought in so many policies that are not advantageous to the investors and all these things. So we want people to come in, but also we are balancing it with not being exploited. So we have to approach this really, really carefully. And that's where I put the emphasis on the contract. I would encourage people to be at least more contract literate than like concentrate on the entitlements. And also to just know there are levels of experience. And there was a time that Mad Max was here. There was some lady that was working as a seamstress or something, at a salon or whatever, those boutiques or something. And she was getting paid, I think, $3,000 a month. But where she was working. And then she got an opportunity to work on the film, and she was getting like 1,200 or so per week. Now, or per day, I'm not sure. But she was getting a bit more. Now, then she finds out that her HOD was getting 6,000. It's like, and the HOD happened to be white. Like, yeah, wit mense kry meer as swart mense is racism and what, and all these things. The question was, how much were you getting? And that seamstress, or like the HOD, worked maybe 20, 30 years, the experience that you don't have. You know, so going in there, and I'm not trying to discourage whatever entitlement or what is, is entitled to you, but then you look at the level where you are and where you could be, and the sacrifices. Did somebody work, study actually for that, investing and all these things, and look at your levels. So I think we should also take into consideration the levels in which we are going into these things. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will have everybody feeling entitled to this, and then the producers will not look our side. They will say, no, let me go to Botswana. It's the same black people, Jeleama, Lake Disel. I'm going there because they give more value, and they don't demand as Namibians demand so much. So it's really a balance. I'm not saying that let's not discuss that, but let's approach it carefully. Experience is there to teach us.
All right, so I need us to move past this point. I need us to come to an agreement on what we're saying here, because we are now eating into lunch and the next program point. So we've established that we're trying to protect the talent, but we're also trying to be considerate of our own film environment and the budgets and everything else that restricts us or enables us. But now, looking at the proposed, or what we're pegging on, which is now this document that was sent to us by Nadia, are we going to change this? Do we want to create something similar? Do we even want to create something similar as this? Or are we saying we just want to have, should we just keep it like this for now, where we say that Standard and premium day rates should apply at a pro rata rate or percentage agreed upon with the production company, or at half the rate depending on the hours? Or do we want to actually have a table and a confirmed structure such as this one, where we look at the hours of rehearsal? That's really what I'm trying to get to. Or should we have both? Should we say that these are the recommended rates per hour when it comes to rehearsal? Alternatively, the producer and the talent can also come up with this. Come up with the standard. Where is the Kapointer? Where's the Kapointer that was doing the nice things yesterday? Oh, okay. Yeah. This one, or are we doing both? Yeah. For the sake of progress.
I think the given rates on my left here, perhaps we could consider those as your international kind of rates that we can consider, and then go with what you had inserted there in terms of, because the other reality is the rehearsals will also depend on what kind of set you are working on. So if you're going to be on a film set or a TV set, your times that you are required would be different.
Are we saying international productions only, or also short format? Short format in your commercial?
Short format.
Okay.
For commercial. Because in the economic value, commercials do get a bigger budget here in Namibia even. So, yeah.
Are we in agreement with that? So what we're basically saying is that this first comment of mine, let me just make it a bit larger for the online audiences as well. And then, okay. Cool. So we're saying that this comment now that I've made, that is now for our local productions. And when it comes to short formats or international products, what do I keep on saying products? Productions and short formats, we will then apply this rule or this table that we will also figure out in terms of what these rates are. So either we keep them as is or we rework them. But ideally, it would be nice to keep it pegged to the SACA standards because it is commercial, or it is also an international production. Cool. Thank you very much. I think we've exhausted that point. This was our longest discussion, by the way, guys, today. Okay. No, but yeah, it's important. It's important, but I'm just saying that's what we focused on the most today. So night shoot is pretty much standard. Night shoot means a shoot in respect of which call time is at 3 or later. If a shoot is called between 12 and 3 but continues after midnight, it will revert to being deemed as a night shoot, and the producer must inform the not crew, cast. Oh, yes, sure. Okay. Okay. And then the first night of a night shoot on a short format production will be the same as a premium day rate. So if you're doing a commercial, you charge a premium day rate for your night shoot. Okay? The first night of a night shoot on long format productions will not incur premium rates as they will form part of the shooting schedule as a shooting schedule requires. So you cannot charge extra for a night shoot on a long form production. Okay. Okay, weather day means a day which occurs if the scheduled shoot is not completed due to weather. The weather day may be added on to the end of the scheduled shooting period or may be booked as an additional day at such time scheduled by the producer. And also obviously needs to inform the crew or the cast as well. Extended day means a standard day shoot of more than 14 hours. So that's on short format. On long format, extended day means a standard day shoot of more than 16 hours. So that will automatically mean that it's an extended day. So producers are to inform cast 3 working days prior to the first shoot day when an extended day is planned. So if we're shooting longer than 14 hours or 16 hours, this needs to be communicated 3 days prior. And if a shoot continues beyond the prescribed time, cast will stay but should be permitted to leave the set at a reasonable time before the commencement of their next call. Are we happy? Cool. Cast booked for an extended day must be directly informed by the producers or a representative. All right. A day off means that you need at least 1 full day to recover. That's why we're only having 6 shooting days and not 7 shooting days, unless otherwise agreed on between you and your producers in your contractual agreements. And then turnaround on any given shoot will be paid for all hours less than 10 hours given from the technical wrap or return to base to call time on the following day of shoot, of the same shoot, sorry. And
sorry, can I just quickly suggest 2.16.2, directly informed in writing, just for that detail to be in there.
No problem, thank you. And then, so this turnaround, 2.18.1, turnaround on any given shoot will be paid for all hours less than 10 hours given from the technical wrap or return to base to call time. Does this make sense for everybody? Or does this need to be worded differently? Because 18.2 then says payment for this will be calculated as follows. The hours eroded, meaning the hours that are spent, will be charged as a penalty at an hourly rate for the first 2 hours. So double hourly rate for the next 2 hours and triple the hourly rate thereafter. So example, 500 per day on a 6 hours rest given. Rate of 500 per day per 6 hours rest given. There is a 2-hour penalty at $50 per hour and a 2-hour penalty at $100 per hour. So if we say we've wrapped the production, right, and now we have to extend filming, or we have to extend the crew or the cast being on set. There has to be some kind of a charge additional to wrapping time.
If I can just ask, for those of us who don't know, what is turnaround referring to in this context?
So turnaround, we had this, let's just go back to the definition as well so that we all have it in front of us, but this is basically after wrap. It's not there. Yeah, let me try and look for it. But does anyone else want to? Is there a producer that wants to? Was it there? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Your next call time. Yes. Okay. But if in the instance that they do call you, then there are penalties that apply.
Sorry. I don't know, but maybe I don't understand. What does penalty mean? Like, when we talk about turnaround, like where people need to be paid after wrapping, ne? As a producer, I feel like that might disrupt my budget. Because, you know, like we mentioned, we are human beings, we are not machines. So I feel like the moment that they call cut on set, ne? And we are waiting for transport, or we are waiting to have a meal, maybe the caterer is on the way, or stuff like that. As a producer, I don't want that to disrupt my budget, because where will I find the money to pay people while we are waiting for transport? Say the gaffers, the lighting department.
This is when you're shooting after wrap time.
Or shooting after wrap time.
So if, for example, I am meant to finish at 12 today, right? There was the 10 hours, which is now my call time. I'm only allowed to shoot for 10, or to be on set for 10 hours. And then now, producer or director has called wrap. And my next call time is, I don't know, maybe we were doing a night shoot that day. So that's why I'm finishing at 12 today. So my next call time is at 6 during the day. And now he's called wrap, and then director says, forgot something.
Oh, okay.
So this is now the period between when we say wrap and then your call time.
Oh, okay, so basically it's, people are now working after hours. Like to say, when somebody, okay, when it's, when we wrap, and then maybe the director is like, no, let's redo the scene, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Where, or maybe let's, you know, I'm getting it. This is now, okay, I'll, hold on. Am I safe? Yeah. I just want to get my point across, like, firstly, I would expect my first AD and the director to make sure that all scenes are shot in order for us to not waste resources on extra things and all that. If maybe there's a scene that we did not get for that day, because that does happen, maybe we can reschedule it. So the first AD can be like, okay, where can we squeeze in? Because now we are going to use extra funds. And unfortunately, as a producer, I'm not willing to now pay people overtime because it was not in the budget to begin with. So this is where the team needs to be proactive in making sure that everything that we said will be done on the day. If we miss something, for example, we can try to.
I hear you, but now you're speaking from a producer point of view.
Oh, okay.
Right?
That's okay.
Me sitting as a talent today, that's got nothing to do with me. Those are not your own inefficiencies within your team. Yes. So, but now, this is now the actor who's going to come to you and say, you have called rap, I'm now back at my hotel, and there's a scene that I need to come back for. Right?
Yeah.
If I'm not exactly. But yeah, so that's why I'm saying the technicalities of it's not applicable right now. Yeah.
But I think just in terms of why I understood why I'm here, is that there's no place that wants to introduce standards without the admission that you are professional. Your scenario sounds unprofessional. So I'm thinking we want to move the industry into a professional space, and with professionalization, there's standards. Now, in from the time that we are today, where we are unprofessional, to where we are, it's going to take time to adjust to that. But I think the idea is that once we become professional, if you can say, I'm a professional film manufacturer, or I'm a professional filmmaker, these are the standards. And then when you are professional, whether you're an accountant, a lawyer, an engineer, there is a standard that you cannot have excuses for. No, but that's what I'm saying, that there's no way that you're going to have a standards conversation without the expectation that you are professionals. The reason why you're having a conversation about standards is to acknowledge that you are professionals. And as professional industries, you have to safeguard the decent work of people in that space. So as a producer that is responsible for making a film, what's more important to you should not be the film, should be the people. And I think it's a value proposition that in many other countries and in many other cultures, it has been extractive, right? People have been exploited, their stories, their time has been exploited, their talent has been exploited, and now we're saying we're tired of exploitation as a standard in our industry, and in professionalizing, we want to get away from exploitation of people's time, people's resources, and therefore we want returns. And in order to get our returns, we have to implement and uphold the standard. We cannot, in Namibia, have a conversation today about standards and say, but what if? We cannot do that. We cannot live in both realities at the same time.
So then if there's an if, this is where you get penalized.
Yes.
For your inefficiencies.
So just to answer for her, like the penalty comes in if you say turnaround time. So you wrapped like 2 a.m. in the morning. So your next call time for your cast cannot be 7 a.m. Right? Then we charge you, for the hours leading up to the 10 hours. So your next call time has to be after the 10 hours. So they need around time of 10 hours. So you will be charged for that penalties. Yes. So as a producer, that's what you need to factor in. Yes.
Awesome.
I would also want to add, like, as a first AD, say, for instance, you went over your 12 hours for that specific day. As a AD and as a producer, your next day's call sheet, you need to shift that also to accommodate for your 10 hours and turnaround.
Okay. All right. Noted. All right. So, this time is going. We will revisit this, but these are the amounts for now. So basically, we're saying that there needs to be a 6 hours rest given, minimum, in between call times. Is that what we're saying? So, if then... there is a 2-hour penalty at $50 per hour and a 2-hour penalty at $100 per hour. So I'm trying to establish what is the difference between these two, and Ronald put this in here. Okay. Maybe we need to revisit this. I will just ask for clarification. Unless if anybody else wants to clarify.
Sorry, I do believe that, as was pointed out, that maybe what we are borrowing from is for the commercial shootings, like adverts and whatever stuff. But I think let's not forget that we're also looking at others like short films or feature films. Maybe we should investigate what the conditions are for features, for example, or documentary or whatever, so that we don't find ourselves stuck only on the conditions of when you are shooting commercials and things like that. I just wanted to maybe get us back on that.
Okay, I've made a comment on that as well. I've included that. All right. Cool. Then we are basically done with this. So addendum. So if there's an addendum to your contract, it means that this basically can be attached as a document like this can be attached to whatever agreement is in place, but it doesn't have to be. But it would be good for other institutions as well to have in place. I think we also said in applicable policies. I think there are other addendums as well to be added to this as well, like the actual rates and the actual perhaps expenses that people do incur. Not expenses, but just costs that one needs to consider. So for the payment for costs, we said on short format, payment should be made within 20 days after a submission of an invoice. So if you shot 2 weeks ago and you only submit your invoice today, so it will be 20 days from today, from the day that you submit your invoices when you're expecting your payment of an invoice, but it's subject to negotiation with the producer as well. So unless if it's otherwise stipulated to say that, Shuna, we're actually wrapping up on the 30th, but I will only be able to give you your payment on the next month's 30th day, because I'll only be getting my payment then. That is obviously then between you and the producer or the production company. Because also some companies, especially if we're talking about short format companies, that would be now a commercial company, and they've got certain days that they pay. So it's not just up to you and your expectations, but certain companies actually have systems to say that they only pay every 2 weeks or after every 30 days. And if your invoice falls somewhere too close to the previous payday, then you might have to wait longer. But on long formats, I think that's sort of like where also the producer can have a bit more leeway to negotiate, and maybe the talent can also press a little bit harder, depending on your budget breakdowns and your milestones from your investor. So on long format, costs will be paid 1 week in arrears of the working week after submission of an invoice, but is subject to negotiation with the producer as well. Interest on late payments may be charged by the cost concerned, subject to the business terms as stated on the invoice. So you can stipulate on your invoice to say that, no, in our agreement, and that can also be part of your agreement, you can also add that on your individual agreement with the producer to say that I expect to be paid 1 month after shooting, and if you don't pay me 1 month after shooting, I will unfortunately be charging 10% per day that you are late with my payment. Payments will only be made once any outstanding floats petty cash, if applicable, have been reconciled with the producers. In the event any queries, I think this speaks more to cost, but yeah, but if it's applicable, I don't know why there will be any petty cash cost with the talent. So for me, I don't agree with that one. There shouldn't actually be any money exchanges or petty cash exchanges with the talent and the producer. I don't know, that's just one. Unless?
So the last payment, ideally the talent would have signed the release form. Yeah.
There still shouldn't be any outstanding floats or petty cash. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Costs, members' income tax will be deducted by the producer at the rate as they specified. This was a conversation yesterday, actually. As specified by NAMRA, unless the producer is provided with a provisional tax certificate directive. And we also did say that we do need to have another workshop with NAMRA to explain to us the tax brackets, because also if you have an income that's lower than a certain threshold, you don't pay tax, obviously. But now the question was, if I'm saying that I'm a production company and I am liable to tax, does it mean that I'm going to deduct tax from your invoice so that I can pay the tax over to NAMRA? Or do I give you your full amount and you reconcile with NAMRA? So I don't know where we stand with this, or if we do agree with this, that cast members' income tax will be deducted by the producer. Because NAMRA is really on our ASS.
Just taking from my personal employment as a freelancer, because I am a supplier to my clients, and I do my own tax, so there's no deduction on that invoice. And like you said, if the person makes under a certain amount annually, then they are not liable for tax. So I'm not sure about it myself, but I don't agree with it.
I remember in Film Week we did have a little workshop with NAMRA, and I think they said like there's a provision, you can be a provisional taxpayer, where then, so it depends in what category you are like registered in, because there is, like Naula said, an individual who does their own taxes. So then it's my responsibility to pay at the end of my year. And then there is another category where then the company deducts. So there's that difference.
Yeah, so the organization itself might not even be eligible to pay for tax at that point in time because they are a provisional taxpayer. So they wouldn't even need to deduct the tax from the cast or talent, you're saying, right?
The cast, maybe because like if you are working on a freelance basis, like your income, you get your income from freelancing, then you are most likely registered as a provisional taxpayer, and then you pay your own taxes depending on like your different sources of income. So then it's like you deal with your own taxes. So the company that does not need to deduct, they pay you like in full, and then you sort out your taxes with NAMRA.
Yeah, because the producer could also be a provisional tax.
Oh yes. As well, yeah.
Client or whatever.
Okay,
Or is there any producer who deducts tax?
Yeah, that kind of ties in with what I actually want to say. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay.
So any producer, if you don't want to get into trouble with NAMRA, the person must bring a provisional taxpayer certificate. If they don't bring it, you have to deduct pay as you earn. If you don't, you are liable for it as a producer. Simple as that.
Okay, thank you. Just to add on to that, so far, what I've learned, going through the whole process, it's very interesting. But when I read through my contractual agreements, and also when I look at the business aspect of filmmaking, I am taught that as the producer, you are liable for everything, right? So if you're not really good at doing your numbers, because not all of us are doch efficient in that department, right? It's important that you have an accountant, ne? Now, that's now also paying someone, right? But when you have an accountant that can help you with doing your taxes, ne? Because I feel like it would be very unfair if my crew, especially my crew, has to, like a certain amount has to be deducted from whatever. So as a production company, you are liable You are accountable for making sure that your numbers are in line with what the government requires. So hire an accountant. Because also doing your own taxes can be challenging, but yeah.
If you can afford
that's all I
one,
know. Yeah, if you can afford
you can
one.
afford one, you can do that, or you can ask your friends who are qualified as well. And here also we made a comment to say that can we add that all crew and cast must be registered at NAMRA one way or the other. So whether it's your business, whether you're registered as a business or just your personal income tax registration. Because also that will also help NAMRA identify whether you are a provisional income taxpayer or you are just or you are a business.
I just wanted to ask, is there like a bracket on how much, let's say if the producer is making maybe an amount that they can deduct tax, maybe if it's over 100K or 50K, they can deduct tax, or it's just like a certain amount?
You can find that on NAMRA's page because businesses are supposed to adhere to certain payments and certain deductions to employees. So if you go on the NAMRA website, it is stipulated there as well. And as well as for you as a freelancer or personal income person, you can also go check there and you'll know that I think it used to be 50,000, where you, now after 50,000 you have to pay tax, but now it's been changed to 100,000. So if you earn less than 100,000, you don't have to pay tax. Okay. But all of those brackets are available on the websites. So there you can also acquaint yourselves a bit better. So I want to finalize this because lunch has been ready. And the last point that we do have really is just the cancellation. So I'm thinking that we pause here. We have our lunch because also we did agree, because really what's left is not that much, but the program also that I have finishes a bit earlier than intended, which was 5 o'clock. So maybe let's stop here for now, do our lunch, and then afterwards we will talk about the National Content Creation Plan and our inputs. So yesterday we dove into what is the National Content Creation Plan, and we also had the NFC here present to answer a few questions, and there were some audience member or participants who felt like they wanted to make certain inputs before it becomes a cast in stone or stone in cast, whatever the saying goes. But yeah, that is a process that needs to happen now so that we can collectively come up with an input that we want to submit to the NFC. So if there are any changes to the National Content Creation Plan that we want to submit, after lunch will be the time. Is there anybody who does not have access to the National Content Creation Plan document? Okay, there are 2 people. Are you guys on the Filmmakers for Fan group, the big film group? The free one. Okay, you guys on the group. But the ones that raised hands, are you guys on the group? Yeah? Okay, all right. I will resend it onto that group again just now. But I will also open it up here. And then we can just slowly start glancing at it, and then you understand what it is. Awesome. But it's basically the current project that the government wants to roll out, and it includes a national SOPI, it includes 14 regional short films, and it includes 4 short series. Yeah. And these productions will then be funded by government. So initially we used to have feature films in that proposal, but we had to take out the feature films because the budget decreased. So at first we thought we were going to get 50 million from government. Government came back to us and said they're only allocating 17.5 million. 17.2, 17.5. 17.5 million. So then we minimized the plan itself to food so that we can maximize on the budget through these productions. But there are members who felt that perhaps we need to amend the productions and propose something differently as opposed to one national SOPI or 14 regional films. So that is what we're doing. So after that, we will submit them the comments to NFC and say this is what we propose as a different solution. and then she will basically see if if those changes can still be made. But what I do know is that this concept was tabled at Cabinet, and then there is also a pending MOU to be signed between our line ministry, which is the MICT, because audiovisual sits under MICT, and the Ministry of Information, Education, Arts and Culture and Innovation. So because they're sitting with the budgets, they have to give the budget to MICT, but there needs to be an agreement with those two first before they can give us the money. Okay. I hope I summarized it well enough. All right, that's it. And let's also please be mindful of the other people. We like to care, we like to love. So let's not dish like we are going to die today. Okay, thank you.